Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I forgot to turn my light on. Welcome to Worth Damn Gaming. Here, as usual, is StreetRat Atlas. How you doing, StreetRat?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, and of course, your regular host, Jake Starvik. And today we're obviously, as we usually do, on the live side of the YouTube channel and on Twitch. We will be streaming some Baldur's Gate. But first, what have you been playing, sir? What have you been up to? How are you?
What haven't I been playing? Let's see. So, wait, just very quickly, because I got a Twitch notification saying that you were playing Lies of P. So I just had to check something quickly.
No. Maybe I need to update that. That's interesting. Because I did just update it. Why would I be playing Lies of P?
I mean, it's a great game, but
well, I've got thoughts. You know what? I've got more reflective thoughts on the game after my recent playthrough.
Yeah.
Something that I am going to have a serious chat with Jason about, because I think I have finally acknowledged that the game is hard on its base difficulty. The game is hard for the sake of hard. And there's a few YouTube videos I watched because, of course, you know, the algorithm from the YouTube side of things likes to feed you things that you're interested in looking at, fascinated with, or just generally searching. And of course, I happen to be kind of going through finding stuff on Lies of P, and I happened to find two people that I just clicked on and were both very positive on the game and very much loved the sense of challenge and the sense of difficulty. And one person made an interesting point that he said, with the blocking mechanic specifically, he does agree that it is very tight, but he reckons that if they were to open it, it would kind of remove the need for the dodge. And when I heard that, I did kind of recognize in my head that, okay, if that's the case, then this game is very similar to Expedition 33, where it feels like it almost entices you to use the dodge first as your learning tool, or even holding block, potentially, versus actually learning to time the blocks, which is why I am hitting my head against the wall, because typically with most of these Souls-like games, like, traditionally, I'd be used to rolling. I'd be used to dodging. I'd be used to doing that over parrying, typically, because I'm not necessarily familiar with the timings yet. Versus this, where because I'm playing it like Sekiro, and Sekiro did it the opposite, where it wanted you to parry, versus rolling or dodging, where the iframes were actually smaller versus the actual blocking. So it was reversed. And I think that's where my head is struggling, because I'm wanting this to play like a Sekiro game, but it doesn't. It actually plays more like a traditional Souls game, and the parry timing is as unforgiving as some of the parry timings in the other Souls games. More so, in my opinion. Which is why I get frustrated with it, because I want it to be a little bit more wider. Not by much, but just a little bit. And a lot of the times I do get into these situations where I'm looking at when I'm blocking and it's successful, and I go, yeah, but the hit technically hasn't hit me. I'm actually blocking earlier than when the hit comes. Versus other times where I need to be right on, or it's like a second later. It's weird. So, and that's probably something more to do with the hitboxes, how they've designed them, where they kind of activate, at what point. That you can't physically see as a player, which infuriates you in the moment, because you're like, okay, there's the hit, so therefore I should be blocking now, but no, I've already missed my opportunity, because by that point it's too late, and I chunk the damage. And if it's like a 3-hit
Mm.
combo, you're dead. That's kind of the unfortunate reality. So, yes, I think I am coming to terms with the fact that the game's difficulty is almost on the verge of being something like a Ninja Gaiden, where it is challenging and difficult for the sake of being difficult. Versus, we're going to give you the ability to find ways to overpower and have more ways to overcome these systems. That's not to say that there aren't. You do have the summon system in this, which is not another player, but it's an NPC that you can bring in. And I can drop the difficulty. So there are options there. But on a baseline difficulty compared to Sekiro or Bloodborne, without needing any of the extra assistance from a summon, I think it's more harder than a lot of those games, which it clearly it's hitting a lot of people really well and they enjoy that level of challenge. But I think anyone that's approaching this game as a first time and wants a far more smoother experience and to enjoy the story aspect, which I think is really good, chuck it on an easier difficulty. I mean, you experienced this yourself that when you chucked it down, the state of aggression had lowered. So you had more
Oh,
opportunity for
night and
attacks
day.
and so.
Yeah.
But what I want to know, I don't know if you recognize this. It's something I'm curious to play around with if I can be fucked doing it. But do you reckon that the parry timings are also widened a bit on that difficulty?
Oh.
That's my
I don't
curiosity.
think it's the parry. I think it's the moves themselves. It's the animation.
The AI.
Yep. Because I noticed when I had my run-in with the illusion woman boss, her fight after trying it was whack, 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 whack. But then as soon as I dropped it, it was whack, whack, whack.
Oh, so it
I
literally
found that,
slowed down.
yeah.
That's incredible.
So I personally felt that her moves were a lot more approachable in parrying perfectly or guarding in time. And I almost felt like
Whoa.
it was easy mode. And I only dropped it to medium.
Yeah.
But as soon as I dropped it, I went in. I thought it was going to be, okay, it's still going to be a challenge. No. Her moves were slightly slower. I was able to parry properly and take her down quite quickly, as opposed to the previous attempts that I had that was a lot more, okay, she is hostile. She's not going to let me breathe. She is going to do her combos and they're quicker. So you've got to be fucking on it.
Yeah.
As soon as I dropped it, no worries. It felt like I was playing an arcade game. It was night and day difference. Not to mention...
Hello, Impulsive. How are you?
Welcome, Impulsive.
Sorry, go on.
Not to mention, I counted how many attempts it took for me to do the crocodile. 21.
Yep.
Number 22 was a lower difficulty on the medium difficulty, and I got it.
Yeah.
It's so... look, I appreciate that this game is allowing people to have the opportunity to say, hey, I don't want to have a masochist experience. I want to experience the game. I'm not that, skilled at Souls-like games. Easy mode and medium mode, 100%. I fucking endorse it.
Yep.
If you just want to experience a story, play easy. You will go through this game with no issues. It is purely there for the story. You want a bit of a challenge? Put it on medium. If you want the default setting of, okay, this is how the game launched, play hard, have fun. Uh, wait, what?
What are you making fun of us? Get
Get
good.
good. You son of a bitch.
Oh, impulsive. Making fun of us as usual.
But it's really enjoyable. So now I'm in the greenhouse. So I streamed on Wednesday. I've modded my game. I'm going to admit it.
Oh,
I've
okay.
modded my game.
Okay. How so?
I have infinite sprint stamina because I think it's fucking ridiculous that if I'm running when there's no enemies around, my stamina is draining.
Yep.
Fuck right off.
Yep.
I'm just sprinting.
That's old Souls mechanic. That's
Elden Ring mechanic.
Elden Ring, no, because Elden Ring, if you jump, as long as there's
combat,
when you go into combat, yes. So yeah,
my idea was, I don't care. Stamina is not linked to my sprinting anymore. Don't give a fuck. I'm now moving around the levels at a comfortable pace and not having awkward moments of sprint. Okay, let it heal up, and I'm in this dead zone of nothing going to attack me, and then keep running. Like it, no. It hasn't changed my experience of the game whatsoever.
Yep.
If anything, it feels nicer. That's the only thing I've done. So I've played Lies of P, which I'm really enjoying. Then what else have I been playing? Let's just go into my Steam.
Impulsive Magician writes, how are you guys today? Hope all is well. We're doing well, mate. We are doing well.
Doing pretty well. I caught up with my folks today. Had lunch. It's a weekly thing that we do, so it was nice. We played some Rummy Cub. It was great.
Nice. No, today we just went past the, what's it called? The tip. We had a couple of things that obviously we got a new mattress and a new bed for Piper, so she's all established now in her room. So we obviously threw out a lot of that old stuff and a couple of other things that we had lying around the house that we didn't need. Some old paint cans from when we first moved in that are all dried up. So yeah, a lot of that stuff just went to the tip. That's about it. It's been a pretty chill week, all things considered.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, this is a wild list, and my feelings on Final Fantasy Rebirth has changed, and I'll explain in a moment.
Okay, so when you say list, this is stuff that you played recently?
Yeah, awesome. It's wild.
Go for it.
I've reinstalled Kingdom Hearts 1.5, 2.5, and 3.
Jesus. Yep.
Yeah. Because it's not like you can choose which game you want to install. It's you either install all of them or you don't. And I just want to play 2. I just want to play 2. That's all I want to play.
I need to play 2 because I've only ever finished 1, and that's because you busted my chops. You're like, fucking do it. You're right
and
there.
Play 2. I'm sorry, but 2 just ups the
I know.
Like, 2 is so good.
I know.
Please play 2.
I will eventually play 2. There's just so many other things I just want to get to, and there's always something new on the horizon, which we'll get to in the later part of the show. Oh, Jesus. Just no time to play catch up half the time. Although I will say the Steam Deck is a fantastic device for that kind of shit, because I am enjoying just being able to pick something up. Kingdom Hearts is overrated? Wow, impulsive. I mean, I agree, but you're offending StreetRat here. Like, I agree with you on the side. I think it's a piece of shit. But it's not. You shouldn't say such things. Not in front of StreetRat. But just, I'm letting you know, I agree 100%. It's okay. He's got a lot of copium. He's Disney bunnies that he believes in. And, he still believes in the mouse. But no, you can't say such things. It's Disney. Everybody loves Disney and anime. It's awesome. Kingdom Hearts
forever and ever and ever. No,
I want
what
to
I
kill the darkness and bring love and light to the world. Shut up with you.
it's
Anyway.
it's awesome. Anyways, I could spend hours talking about it, but I won't.
And
But
you shall. This will welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kingdom Hearts podcast.
could you imagine?
2 hours of Street Rat talking about his experience replaying Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god, we don't want to watch this. Kingdom Hearts 2 for the 111th time.
Yeah, I think that's about accurate. Because, well, actually, there is a game that I've installed that I have played multiple times, but I've also purchased Yumigari, which is a chiller game, which he does a lot of horror games, set Japanese, but this one is a different type of chiller game.
Yumigari?
Umigrai.
Oh, yep. There it is. Yumigari. Official launch trailer.
It is really fun. It's not what I thought it was going to be, but I watched a demo on the Game Grumps videos, and yeah, it is fucking weird, but it's really fun. You catch fish in this ocean, and you sell them to upgrade your boat.
Okay.
And you get a radar to find things.
God, I love how you just chuck the fish literally in the grinder and then use that to bait more fish. That's... Oh, wow. Yep. A single hook and you can grab like multiple fish. This is an interesting game. But go on.
So it's quite horror focused because, yeah, there's other things than just the fish. But what are the fish? And you're kind of discovering that the fish is something else.
Fishiest fish of a fishing game?
Yeah.
I just want to ask.
Afterlife. There might be souls of the dead.
Oh, yeah. There is some supernatural shit. I just want to know, how is it that someone like yourself who went from I am never playing Subnautica because there's fucking whales, and God forbid I ever go anywhere near whales. To I love Subnautica. It's the best thing ever. I love going under the sea, darling. It's better down. Anyway, so and then you're playing this and going, yeah, that's fine. I love googly eye fish that are just staring at me, the size of what is his name? Monstros?
Monstro?
From Pinocchio? Monstro? Yeah, from Pinocchio. There we go. So yeah, how did you conquer your fears?
Subnautica is so different that you are haunted by these leviathans. And it's so different because once you get to a point in the game, you're like, oh, nothing's really scary when you conquer the ocean that you're in.
No fucking shit, but, go on.
So, my submarine that I have can deter the leviathans. So it's like, they're cute. Come on, swim with me. Though I'm cautious about the sequel. I want to see a bit more. But this game is just really, it's a couple of people that make the game, and it's a lot more fun.
Okay.
It's just weird. There's just something different about this one.
Yep.
And there's a horror theme. And blame Sixer for that. He's got me into a real horror mood after he finished Corpse Party, and we did the watch party for the anime. So I'm very much in like a Japanese horror mood.
Okay.
So I've played that, Kingdom Hearts 3, because I've got a mod for the Colosseum, and I was like, fuck, 20 people have added a whole new area to the Olympus world for the Colosseum, and you can play the Colosseum from 1, 2, and they've made 3. It's
Okay.
insane. The amount of work they've put in. Oh my God. So I've been playing that on and off.
Impulsive says, play Silent Hill F. It is Japanese and horror.
It is.
Are you not into the psychological type of horror?
Horror. I watched a
Let's play.
A let's play of the first one, and I kind of just felt like, yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll get into it. Maybe I'll say
when it's
just
on
not
sale.
on my radar.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, that's also another factor. I'm just going to skip one game that I've added, but I installed Judgment. I'll go back into it in a second.
Judgment.
Sega, Yakuza, you play as a detective. It's 2 games.
Yes. The one that unfortunately went through the what was it? The recasting of the main actor, because he was, I think, doing coke. At least the Japanese voice actor. I don't know about the Western. But anyway,
yeah.
Kind of why the series is dead in the water.
Oh, well, I'm playing the first one.
Yep.
And last night I finished chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed up until 3 a.m. playing because I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Wow, yeah.
It is so good. It's just fun. I love just playing a detective.
Oh, no. I didn't know it is.
Yeah. So I'm playing that. Lost Judgment, which is the sequel, is currently on sale. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to finish the first one, obviously, before I start the sequel.
Yep.
So I just want to get through this, and I actually want to finish it. And you can go to Don Quixote, and I was like, oh, I want to be in Tokyo again. This is the closest I'll ever be to being back there.
Oh, man.
It's so good.
It is amazing how well that studio does Tokyo from a tone and feel. And again, it just helps that they concentrate it in a very small section of a city.
Yeah.
Like, they don't go, oh, here's a massive open world that we then have to kind of summarize into our small little version of what the city would actually be. Very much like Ubisoft does with, their massive oversized cities, where they go, okay, so we're kind of going to make New York, but it's sort of semi just like a miniature version of it. And you have like the main staples. It's always the one thing that I hate. And I never realized this until I actually went to New York and went through Central Park. And I went, Central Park is huge. And every time it's represented in games, it is a fucking bite-sized chunk of what it actually is like in real life. And that frustrates me, because there are things in that Central Park that I go, that would be cool to actually have represented. But no, they just cut it down. The castles, some of the forts that they've got that were never fucking used, but they just built them because, well, maybe we might be invaded by the Brits again. We don't know. It's just, Oh.
Yeah.
But you're going through really Judgment.
Yeah. Just playing through that slowly as Prototype from PS3 did the Park Justice. Oh, yeah. I agree.
I would have to go back and try that. I don't even remember. Fucking hell.
Prototype was insane.
It was pretty good for the time.
That was the era of really cool fucking superhero games where we had Infamous, Prototype.
We just had cool games, man. Like, I don't think people don't really. It's like we take for granted how creative that era was, because, and granted, not everything fucking worked, but there were some really cool, unique titles that came out around that era. And some of it was really good. Some of it was just donkey ass shit. But for the most part, we had these cool little products that came out of left field. your prototypes, your Infamous was a little bit more of a bigger budget.
Into the Darkness. That's the other one.
You had the Darkness, so you had like the Darkness. You had, what is it called? Fucking Chronicles of Riddick.
Oh my god, yeah.
Army of
That
Two.
was a solid game.
Like, you had these really unique titles. Even, what was that shooter? Oh, man.
Infamous remake should happen. 100% agree. And Prototype. 100% agree.
Yeah. Yeah, they should.
Honestly,
that would be nice.
a Prototype
Spec
would
Ops
be
The Line. That was
such...
the other one.
Oh, Spec Ops is just so above. That game was so good.
Yep. Came out of left field. And I'm always shitty because the writer who worked on that worked on I think it was he moved on and worked on the second Star Wars Battlefront 2 game that came out of EA. And so I thought, if this is written by the Spec Ops guy, this is going to be a sick-ass fucking Star Wars game. And it just got fucking neutered and watered down and didn't have any of the substance that I was looking for, which I reckon that was probably more due to Lucas/Disney at the time. So I can't fully blame him, but at the same time, it's like you get a writer like that who actually knows how to write war flick stories. And then you go, let's PG it. No, don't. So yeah, it was fucking. I remember that story arc and that quest. The single player content was just garbage. Just garbage.
Yeah. Star Wars is a weird IP. I also need a remake of Jak and Dexter. I am so glad you said that, Impulsive, because that segues into my next game.
Ooh,
I have been
very
playing
nice.
Jak 2 on PC.
Oh, very nice. How's it run?
Oh, fucking immaculate.
Okay,
Holy
good.
shit.
All right.
Oh my god, it is so good.
What are you using? Are you using the
open goal?
Open goal.
So Naughty Dog used their engine called Goal for the Jak series.
Uh-huh.
And then they moved on to their own new engine for their later games. So there is a team of people who are no money or anything, making a free software called Open Goal, where you can play Jak 1, Jak 2, and they're currently working on Jak 3, which is my all-time favorite video game. I love Jak 3 so much.
Open Goal spelled G-U-L?
Goal.
O-A-L?
O-A-L.
Yep. Jak. I think I'm spelling this wrong. There we go. Wow. Okay.
It runs at 60 frames. It is
nice.
Stunning. Everything. Look how good it looks.
Please tell me this fixes the controller issue that the original had where it was reversed.
Reversed?
Yeah, so I remember this. Jak 1 specifically, the precursor's Legacy, had reversed up and down. So it had like flight stick controls as opposed to actual...
Yes, they fixed everything.
Oh, fucking nice.
But I'm not playing Jak 1. As much as it was a good game,
no.
2 is an open city. It's so fucking cool.
I never finished 2.
And you can turn into Dark Jak. And then 3 is a fucking epic. You drive cars.
Yeah.
So I've been playing that as well.
Nice.
But I'm trying not to play too much because I do want to make that into a stream game.
Yep.
But
this looks good.
Now I don't know if I do Jak 2 And then by the time I finish Lies of P, play Jack 2 if Jack 3 will then be available. Or do I just play Final Fantasy 12, then Jack 2, and then hopefully by then Jack 3 will be playable? I don't know. The last thing
Wait,
that they've
so
updated was December 31st of last year that Jack 3 is progressing nicely.
right, so far they've only released 2 of the games, and the third one they're still working on to get it running.
Correct.
That's fascinating. That is
Yeah.
very fascinating.
I just need it. I need it now.
No, that's fair.
I need it in my
Completely
veins.
understand. Nice.
But Final Fantasy Rebirth. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do I have changed opinions now?
Good or bad?
Negative, unfortunately.
Really? What's changed?
I think it's because I'm playing Lies of P that the kinetic fighting isn't clicking for me anymore. And it's pissing me right fucking off. So I've done chapter 12 and did the arena battles and the black materia. And the base enemies, absolutely fine. I don't know how much you want me to say about the boss battles of that chapter, but there is one particular boss who has a gun and a dog. I'm sure Impulsive knows exactly who I'm talking about. So it's just you, Cloud, and this one guy.
Yep.
And you're fighting. Blocking so you can't animation cancel with a block. You commit to an attack. And it's so frustrating because you'll go attack, 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 and then the enemy does a counter attack and he just shotguns you, and it's like, fuck off. Like, fuck right off. Stop. I'm blocking. Stop.
Yeah.
And then he does these shots that, fuck, I tried to wipe it from my memory. I was so fucking frustrated. He does these shots where he jumps in the sky, shoots down at you, and that pushes him back, and he'll shoot again. And if you block and then block again, you get damage. I don't know if it's my timing. Honestly, I don't know. I really found that whole interaction with the Don, with the Turks, very frustrating. Very frustrating. I did not enjoy it as much. And I nearly uninstalled the game and I was like, I think I'm done. But I'm not, because I'm at the end. I'm at the end.
Right.
And
there's no more sorry to interrupt. There's no more ability to grind to make yourself stronger in any way.
Oh, I'm only in my 40s.
What's the max? Is it 50 again?
99.
Really? Okay. But yet you're near the end, so I'm just wondering whether there is some ability to
New Game Plus.
Oh, is that how? So it's designed. So they've done the same thing that they did with the first game. You're supposed to just
dodge him until he reloads, then tax, rinse and repeat. See, what I did was I was trying to perfect block, so then I could then go in, pressure him, so then I can do my combos. But then he'd stop my combos and then counter and then fuck me off. I never dodged. Wow, I'm having the same problem. I don't dodge.
I think we are both learning something today, that I need to learn to use dodge more in Lies of P to actually have a better time with it. And you need to learn to dodge in Final Fantasy Rebirth. God, I must admit, just looking at this game, it excites me that I want to play it.
Can I just say, you can
course you can.
dodge, but you will still get hit. There's no iframes for dodging, and it's so fucking annoying.
Oh, okay.
So you can dodge an attack, but you will fucking get hit, and it's like, oh well, then there goes my rhythm of moving. Ugh.
That's
And I
fascinating.
don't like playing as Cloud. I think he's so clunky. That's why I
Well,
like playing as Tifa, because she's so
fast
she's
and yeah,
rapid.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that. I guess that's kind of the. That's kind of how they balance these characters. He is meant to be a little bit slower because he's dealing with a massive sword that's meant to do large chunks of damage, versus Tifa that she's just punching. She's a brawler, so of course she can get
Yeah.
in and just boom, 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 boom. So yeah. So it sounds
So
like you're hitting a bit of a brick
having
wall with
fun.
the game.
I'm up to the final side quest as well,
Mm-hmm.
so I'll do
Yep.
that
Yep.
before then I tackle the end.
Okay.
Um, but I think I'm ready to close the chapter on Final Fantasy until 3 comes out.
Okay.
As
That's
in
fair.
the 7 series.
Yeah.
There's nothing else I want to do. I don't want to get Odin. Fuck Odin. I don't care. That's fine. I'm just do the side quest,
Yep.
finish that,
Yep.
finish the game. Am I going to see Sephiroth? I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. I just want it done. I want to see the credits rolling.
All right, so Impulsive has said they gave Cloud some crazy mobility. If you hold the attack button, Cloud will dash to the enemy instead of attacking.
Excuse me? Fucking what?
Super fast.
Hold the attack button.
Yes, Cloud will dash to the enemy instead of attacking. Maybe that might help you.
What?
Is that a bit of a game changer?
Yes. What?
This is why we love Impulsive. He gives us wonderful little bits
Do
of
they all
feedback.
have something like that when you hold the attack button?
I mean, it's possible. You got to experiment with the fucking game, man. You're the one
Holy
playing
shit.
it.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I mean,
I'm gonna.
isn't this why they have tutorials built into games?
I don't recall ever seeing the tutorial for holding the attack.
Well, maybe it was
That's
in the
interesting.
glossary and the index, and you just chose to ignore it because you're like, oh, but I can do it without the instructions. Typical male.
Yeah, that's true.
Instructions? Fuck instructions. I can build an IKEA bed. Wait, why is it backwards?
That's the head boss and never fall. See, I can make Tifa fly. I'm really good at keeping her in the sky.
Up high. Like a bird. Twinkling by.
Shit. Okay. Now, yeah.
God, this game is so anime.
The start of chapter 12 annoyed me. So I had relationships maxed out with everyone, but the date was with Aerith.
Yep.
But my whole lead up to the game was with Tifa. There was interactions of me and Tifa and Aerith kind of feeling like, oh yeah, you guys, 100% you guys are like together. You know, these one-off sentences and brief moments, especially once they get to Gongonga region, where Aerith starts to reminisce about her past with Zack.
Yep.
And it's like, you know what? That is my canon. Aerith is with Zack, RIP, and Tifa and Cloud are together. That's my headcanon for the story and the party.
Yep.
It was so weird that then Aerith had this romantic date with Cloud, and I'm like, oh, but the earlier chapters, we kind of established that, okay, yeah, Cloud's into Tifa. Now it's kind of all just like, wiped out. And it's like, oh, yeah, the game has hidden value depending on what dialogue you pick them. You might have picked the best options for Aerith. Fuck!
Just a quick one. Bulk Skywalker has said no BG3. We will get to BG3 probably in another 20 or 30 minutes. We just like to start with what we've been playing for the week, and then we kind of jump into the game. So if you're happy to hold out till then, or if you want, you can jump off for 20, 30 minutes and come back and see whether we are exploring.
I have Baldur's Gate 3 running. It's ready to go.
Moonlight Towers.
I should actually disable my mods. So yesterday I did the multi-stream, and I was playing my Dark Urge. Fuck, man. The game is so different. I'm telling... we'll get into it later. But then... let's get to the Switch side of games that I've been playing.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, sorry, guys. We might not be playing BG3 because we got a massive list of games that StreetRat's been playing. Go on.
No, it's just one.
Okay.
The Witcher 3.
Whoa. I'm sorry. You're playing that piece of shit on that little device? How is it?
Okay. Don't expect, godlike graphics or anything, but
naturally
it runs really well.
Oh,
loading
it was ported. That thing was developed from the ground up by a very different team.
The Switch One is sure, absolutely, it's going to have its drawbacks, long loading times and whatnot, drawbacks with the distance and bullshit like that. The Switch 2, it has no Switch 2 version. It is the base version. As soon as I loaded the game, I deleted my previous save because I didn't get very far. And I was like, fuck it, let's start from the start again. I've killed this griffin at least 10 times because of the amount of times I've tried to play that game.
Oh, God, that poor griffin. He's just like, I lost my family and my loved ones, and I just want to be left alone. And what do? We come in and we fucking slaughter this thing. It's so fucking sad.
Yeah. It runs really well. Loading into the world took me 5 seconds as opposed to what it's like on the Switch 1. Holy shit.
Oh, so they've patched it. Awesome.
There's no patch.
Awesome.
It's the hardware. The hardware's doing all the hard work.
Dude, that's dope.
Yeah.
Gotta love that upgrade.
That is all I've been playing. I'm not going to continue because I may have been playing other games. Mind you, I have had a week off.
That does help.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've had plenty of weeks off, and yet I just don't get half the time to go through half of this shit. But
you do have a daughter.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's not just a daughter, it's a wife as well. I gotta feed her, gotta look after her, and the kids. So it's, it's two balls of fun. But I love it. I love doing it. It is a pleasure. She is a joy, even when she refuses to fucking sleep. Just close your eyes and go to bed. I know you think that you're going to miss out on something. You're really not. Just shut the hell up. Close your eyes. Go to sleep. But anyway, my turn? Or do you want to keep going? Okay.
No,
I don't really have much.
No.
I don't have much. I actually forgot to put one. But the other one's kind of small. So... still continuing with Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. I am... what am I doing? I'm still doing some side quests. I had a quest where I needed to deal with a particular priest that had come into a town, and he's trying to find some heretics. It was a weird mission, and I'll be honest, a lot of the times with some of these quests, especially if they're timed, I will just revert to a walkthrough. Because if I feel like I've spent 20, 30 minutes running around trying to figure out... because the guy basically says, all right, here's a book from a guy that we essentially tortured to get information from. So he told us that these heretics are in this town. And so you're reading this book, and the guy that's written this is high as a fucking kite. And he's talking about how I went to where the local inn was, and it's where all the demons and the devils are. So I left there and went past and saw this massive tower that was obviously there in the Lord's name. So I turned right, and then I came across a path, like a crossway path, where I didn't know which way to go. And so the Lord's finger pointed up and guided me. So I went left and then continued down that path and saw these massive teeth coming out from the ground and something. And it's very like wild. And so, of course, okay, so yep, he's gone past the inn. He's seen the church. He's turned right there. He's gone down towards where the sun rises or the sunset, which obviously is in line with the actual game, which is really cool. And then the god pointing the finger up was like a little statue with a cross on the top. So, okay, cool. But some of the cross, this little statue with the cross, I missed that detail when I'm actually following down the path. So I didn't pick up on these little things. And if you don't, it's very easy to kind of lose yourself in the world. It's well done, but when it's timed, it's kind of like, oh, I don't want to be dealing with this with the time pressure and miss out and have to reload and try and figure it out. So I just looked up a walkthrough. And it was a kind of, at the end of the day, it was an interesting quest. You're dealing with a couple of villagers. I think the way it was handled was slightly poor, in my opinion, because at least in my head, I couldn't recognize why they were heretics. Because they were still praying like a normal, like they were still praying to the Lord Jesus Christ and Savior and all of that. And they weren't doing anything abnormal in my head. But obviously something about the way that they were praying or something that they were doing was reflecting in the game world that, yes, they are heretics. And then I had to convince them to run away before the... And you could choose, like you could either be an asshole and just say, oh, I know the family. I know exactly who they are. And go tell the priest, and he'll obviously get his men, and you can see what happens to the family. Or you can warn the family and convince the wife, who wants to confess and is happy to confess because she's been hiding under the thumb of the religious sect there for so long that she just wants to believe what she wants to believe. And then you're trying to convince her and say, listen, do you want to die and all of this goes to waste, or do you want to continue your faith so you can at least pass it on to other people? So it was really interesting. It's really cool. I'm doing the main quest now where I'm trying to chase down a couple of people that have been creating like counterfeit coins. So they're silver that are encased with bronze or gold or whatever they used at the time, as opposed to the actual proper metal that it's meant to be. So that's interesting, and I've only just kind of started that. But I'm still only about halfway through this game from a main storyline. Yeah, it's ridiculous. The amount of quests, the type of quests. I did another one that I'm still not done yet. I'm helping out a couple of Henry's main friends to essentially rob some caravan, but I needed to go out and find a bunch of cumin outfits, which are they're like the faction that have come and attacked into the area. And you go and you find these outfits and you kind of dress up in it, and then they basically tell you, yeah, it looks good, but you don't look like a cumin. It's like, what do you mean I don't look like a cumin? Well, you're not really scary like them. So go talk to this person and this person and this person so that they can give you the descriptions. And then it turns out, all right, well, now I need to go find some black feathers to put on these fucking things, wolf fangs, and what was the third thing? There was like a third item that you needed to get in order to dress it up and make it look even more terrifying. And you can use alternatives, and depending on what you find in the world, will determine what version of that outfit you get. But apparently the outcome is exactly the same. Now I say this because, again, looked up a fucking walkthrough because I am not going to walk around. So that's what it was. Wolf skinned like a skinned wolf pelt, easy. You go and you find the nearest huntsman, and they usually have all the skinned animals there. So that was nice and easy. The fangs was a bit tricky because I could find tusks, but I couldn't find wolf fangs. And apparently there's only one merchant in the whole game that sells them because you don't actually have wolves in the game. Apparently they were meant to be a mechanic in the game, but they took them out. They never introduced them. So therefore, they are an item, but only sold by one merchant. Which meant that, okay, if I'm going to search for this fucking thing, I am going everywhere. As opposed to, nope, awesome. I just look it up on a guide, go to this location, buy it from him, done. Awesome. And then black feathers. Now you needed specifically raven feathers, which I'm assuming you can kill, but I haven't actually killed a bird yet in this game, so I'm not going to try. Archery in this game is really fucking hard because it's pretty darn realistic. So again, there is like 2 points. You've got either... There's essentially a cave and a dead body in one very specific location that you can just go and collect these fucking things. Otherwise, you can also get black chicken feathers from somewhere. I don't know. So there's very obtuse things like that in the game where if you really want to spend your time kind of doing it organically, you could spend hours playing this game and really getting into all the nooks and crannies. And there is so much. I gotta admit, for their first attempt at this type of game, obviously it's been patched over the course of its life, because I know when it first came out, it was buggy as fuck. But it is a substantially well-designed game. It does feel like a Skyrim, just without everything being able to be picked up. And I think that's really cool. So, still going through that, still kind of chipping away. I finished... Actually, before I get to that, I played the demo of... What is shit? Why can't I think of the game? Sifted. I will see it on here because I know they've got...
I too played a demo of a game. That's right.
What did you play? Well, I'm looking.
I tried the Monster Hunter Stories 3.
That's right. What did you think of that?
Really enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Though I don't have a grasp on the combat.
Okay. Oh, don't need that. So, Replace. This is what I played the demo of. Indie side-scroller, very... obviously like 2D, 2.5D pixelated artwork, really beautiful, coming out in like 3 or 4 weeks. The demo is very short. It's not very long, but it gives you enough of a taste of the tone and the feel. The combat, I would like it to be a little bit more responsive. It has more of a slower paced, clunky feel to it. Not a bad thing. In the end, it does come together well. It's just it's a little bit too animation heavy, if that makes sense. Like, you would probably understand what I mean by that, where there's just... It feels like they've got a few too many animations and it doesn't feel as snappy as what you want. It is when you press, say, the counter attack, when you see an enemy throw out a counter, he responds instantly. But then when you're doing attacks, it feels like, all right, he's got a really... Like, there's a weightiness to his attacks where it's like, all right, now I'm hitting, now I'm hitting, now I'm hitting, now I'm hitting, as opposed to feeling like, okay, every press he's kind of going dunk, 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 and just bashing them with his little club that he's got. But it's really cool. The world building's interesting because it's set in an alternative future where America, instead of bombing Hiroshima or bombing Japan, they bombed themselves. And so the culture around their society is all around them trying to survive, them trying to rebuild, them trying to foster some level of clean up within their world. And so things like Monopoly, for instance, doesn't exist. They've got something that's, I don't even remember what they use, but it was like an alternative name for the board game, which was all about ecology and rebuilding and restructuring, as opposed to Monopoly as a, hey, it's all about capitalism. So a different tangential universe in this kind of future. And the character you play is an AI that somehow got his body stuck. Got his conscious stuck in someone else's body. And he needs to figure out why. So he's going back to the origins of where he was created, like his maker, in the main city in order to figure out what the fuck's going on. And then obviously during the course of the game, you will be immersed in this world and figure out what's been going on with these various little dossiers and documents that you find in the world that give you some history and context to the world building and how the whole city is structured and what the political climate is and how all the different factions war against each other for power or for survival, whatever it may be. So it's looking not Returnal. Why am my brain is just I'm not even remembering what I just looked up. Right. Replaced. Jesus Christ, my brain cannot replace. So yeah, I played the demo of that. That was fine. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it, but it is so far what I've seen, it looks really promising. My only criticism that I had was the dialogue does kind of go a little bit too fast for how quickly I typically read. I'm not a fast reader. So for me, it was just a little bit too overpaced as opposed to just being able to control. Not that I saw. Maybe that's something they'll adjust or fix. But yeah, as far as when you're in a slow piece of conversation, it's fine. When there's more of the pace is moved and dictated based on the cutscene or how it wants to be read before you get through a sequence, it's a little bit too quick. And it doesn't give you any control over that. But I'm looking forward to it. So that's coming around the corner. The last game that I have just finished last night, I was up till 11:30 playing, which was Styx, Master of Shadows.
Oh, yeah.
I have surprisingly changed my tune on this game.
Oh.
It's not perfect. There are criticisms I have. So just to summarize, and I will get into some spoilers here, but just to summarize, you are playing as a character. I don't have to spoil it. If you want, I can just keep it
no,
vague
please. No.
But I think it makes it a little bit more interesting. This is actually fascinating. So you're basically playing as this character named Styx. You're established that there is essentially, you have him being interrogated by a particular governor of this city. Now, I didn't realize that the city or this fortress is floating in the air. This is one thing I didn't know. I thought this was just, it was built up into the clouds. No. This thing is apparently hovering above the clouds. It is in the sky. And it has, it holds this, like the heart of this, like ancient, of the tree of life, or like the ancient tree, whatever it is. I need to read into some of the more specifics, because there is some storytelling beats that went over my head, and I just need like a YouTuber to just be like, okay, so here's the breakdown. Now, I also didn't realize that this is kind of a spiritual sequel to another game called Of Orcs and Men.
Oh, is it now?
Yes. I've never played it. I don't know much about it. I did like some brief reading about it just to get some context. And I'll explain why that's fascinating in a sec, because it kind of comes into the spoiler territory for this game. But essentially, you're playing as Styx, this little goblin. He's being interrogated, and all the interrogation sequences happen in these like flashbacks, right? And so you're then playing the game as Styx, who's now got amnesia, and he knows that he needs to get to the heart of the tree, but he needs to essentially do all these other little missions and tasks. So he goes back to his little lair, catches up with an old friend of his who helps him out a bit, and he's got this voice in his head that's also talking to him and telling him things, that's reminding him, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that. So that's kind of the breadth of the game. And as far as the political climate, you do have the humans are in charge of this area. They have the elves who are kind of suppressed. And then you've also got orcs in this world as well. But they're used as essentially just little guard. Like they're like guard dogs that they just keep them chained up in very specific areas. And the general gist of the game is as Styx, you can clone yourself in order to use the clones to get through very specific channels and gates so that you can unlock those gates on the other side. You can use the clones to distract enemies so that you can then go back into your normal body and then get behind areas. You can do all your various stealth attacks. You've got potions and stuff for your healing, your amber. Your amber is the main resource that allows you to use your magic abilities. So clone yourself, turn invisible, which is an ability you get later on, or see in Batman vision, as we like to call it, where you can highlight points of climbable objects or where enemies are, stuff like that. And you can enhance those. There is the ability to enhance them as you level up your skill tree so that you can then see all the enemies in the world. So you can actually see further or see through walls, or have it so that the potions actually replenish you to max as opposed to just a small percentage. Very basic skill tree. The platforming is actually really good. As I stated last time, it is a little bit more freeform. You actually have to platform. It plays like a traditional platformer with very only specific grappling points. So it doesn't have the kind of stickiness and the proper climbing that Assassin's Creed does. It's kind of a mix, which is nice. I appreciate that. There's a bit more of a risk reward to when you're jumping. I did have one bit that kind of glitched out when I was climbing up an elevator shaft, and for some reason he wasn't grappling to a very specific point. He just kept falling down, so I had to keep repeating that sequence. But luckily, this game has a really great save system. So that's the general game. Stealth-based, hide in the dark, take advantage of lanterns where you have to cover them, avoid getting seen. You can obviously kill bodies. If you kill people, you're kind of incentivized to pick them up, hide them either in chests or in cupboards, whatever it may be. You've also got acid that you can use. That's an item you get later on that you can dissolve bodies, which is really nice. So lots of fun little tools, really cool, interesting world that I think gets better when you get to the reveal of the game. And this is where we get into spoiler territory. So if anyone that wants to play this is interested, I would highly recommend it, especially if it's on sale. I think it was free on Epic Game Store at one stage. Check it out. It's usually not that much, and the sequel, the third game's coming out soon. But spoiler territory here, probably skip 10, 15 minutes. The reveal in this game is as you're playing through and you kind of got the flashback happening of him doing the interrogation, and then you're trying to get to this particular friend. Turns out you were a clone and your friend is Styx, who's been talking to you this whole time.
Oh.
Yeah. So he essentially creates a really high quality clone of himself, which you play as through for the whole game. And then when you unlock him, when you get to the prison to unlock quote unquote your best friend, you're saving yourself. And so at this point, you're now dealing with your character who wants to stay alive and is trying to have a sense of self versus the original Styx, who apparently you find out is over 200 years old, I think even older, and used to be an orc, and potentially has gone through so many different iterations or has probably played. So, used to be an orc. At some point, he got cursed and is now in this goblin body. And so, what he's trying to do is get the heart of the tree so that he can potentially turn back into what he used to be. Versus your character, who just wants to be himself, wants to help out the people that he's kind of developed some form of a relationship with. That I think those story elements could be written a little bit better and could have been fleshed out a bit more. But it does conclude really well. And it honestly is an interesting game where I went, man, if this was done as a film and it was directed by someone like Guy Ritchie, it would be fucking amazing. Because the kind of espionage storytelling here and the exploration of the humans versus the elves is quite fascinating. And then you've got this main character who thinks that he's, the original and realizes, no, he's a clone. And now everything he does is actually being seen, viewed, watched, and observed by his master, so-called. So then you end up having to spend some of the game doing stuff that means nothing because now Styx knows exactly what you're doing. So he's ahead of the curve, and a lot of the information that you think you've garnered and have above him, he ends up using against you because, again, he's connected to you. So it's not until you get the help from one of the elven governors to go into a cocoon and essentially be reborn that you're then separated from his consciousness. So you actually become your own entity. And that's when you're able to confront him. Yeah, it's really cool. And this is what's fascinating about the game. So from a gameplay standpoint, you start off and you're like, all right, basic enemies. You've got your standard kind of guards. Then you got your ranged guards who can see you a bit better and can shoot you from a distance as opposed to just your melee type that you deal with. Then they throw the magicians who can now do magic, so trying to fight them head on is not a good idea. Then they introduce bugs, which you now need to stealth around because they're not... You can kill them, but they're really hard and they're designed to be... You need to move slowly. And then, of course, you've also got the orcs, like I said, that are like the guard dogs, which are usually asleep, but if you wake them up, they will just grab you and just bonk you and just kill you instantly. Then they introduce skulls, and the skulls are just these invisible forces that just float around, and when they come near you, they will just explode, so you kind of want to roll away or move away. And what's fun about this is they introduce it when you're trying to do type platforming on these... what they call it, like ramps and stuff, and skirtings and on like really high, scaffolding up high, really up high. So you're like needing to avoid these things in really tight spaces. Then the final thing the game throws at you at the very end are the elves themselves. I'm lisping here. I'm so sorry. Trying so hard.
Lisping Letha?
Lisping Letha. So the elves essentially can sniff out amber because they're so associated with the tree itself. They are familiar, and they also can communicate via the mind. So this is one of the fun things that the elf ambassador actually talks to you with his mind. And he, like, at a certain point, Styx is like, mate, if we're going to continue this relationship, I'm happy to help you. But first off, you need to stop fucking talking in my head. He's like, yep, sure, no worries. Says that out loud. But they can sniff you from when you're close to them. So they become a lot more dangerous because most of the enemies you can just skirt by. As long as there isn't much light, they won't see in front of you too badly, at least on a basic difficulty. And they're easy to just get behind. With the elves, the moment you're within like 5 meters of them, or like 7 or 8, they're like, I smell amber. What is that? Where? And they will just search for you. they will look for you relentlessly. So they become quite threatening in that sense because you need to keep your distance, and usually staying up in the scaffolding, staying up on like your little rafters and your gargoyle heads and whatnot is usually the best way to avoid any of them, unless you want to use some of the other abilities, which I tried to do without, because you do get better rewards and more XP if you go through the game without, say, killing, or go through the game without being seen, or there's even an achievement for not using any items through a level. So, yeah, they give you little rewards like that through the whole experience. And then you get to the end of the game where you destroy the heart. The boss battle itself is kind of cheap, in my opinion. It's just like, okay, yep, here's 2 waves of a bunch of enemies that he throws at you. There's no real encounter because, again, they've never really built a proper combat system to this game. So it is just, here's just another small little deal with these enemies in this tight space.
Yep.
But essentially the game ends with you not just destroying the heart, but also throwing yourself into the amber, which kills your character because he's just so spiteful by his master, by his creator, that he's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Fuck you. I'm going out on my own terms. So he jumps in, and Styx is like, no! So he's essentially fallen apart. Oh, no, hasn't fallen apart. By jumping in, he's then allowed the amber to multiply himself. So he then suddenly like creates all these versions of himself that just come out of the tree, climb up, and just demolish Styx. And by this point, because of this whole situation, apparently, and it doesn't really look it in the game when you actually when I went back and watched the cutscene, but ostensibly what is supposed to happen is the whole fortress comes crashing down, and then all these Styx just wake up. So the last cutscene is Styx is kind of recognizing, who am I? Am I this? Am I the real one? Well, I am me. I recognize that I'm me, and I'm gonna be me and do what I need to. But essentially, he's got like hundreds of himself that have all just populated, which is fascinating.
Holy shit.
So how this game continues, I have no fucking clue. But the world is... I think there's something about the world that's interesting. I don't think it does a good job of showing you clearly what the fortress is, why it's there, establishing some of these main pivotal points before then going into the character and exploring what his story is in all of this. So, yeah, it's... And then the only other criticism as far as it being a first attempt at this type of game, you do really only go through, I think it's like 5 or 6 very specific locations. Anywhere between 2 to 3 times throughout the whole game.
Okay, so it's a very confined of where you go.
Yes, all they're doing is changing the layout of the enemy placements and the types of enemies that you're fighting. Sometimes there might be some other obstacles that they put in the way, but for the most part, you're exploring the same spaces. You're typically just going through them backwards, or you're entering them through a different location. For the most part, it's just, here's this map in reverse. Or like you're going through it in reverse, and now you have a different objective. So there is a lot of repeated content, but it does, to be fair, it does build a sense of familiarity with the world itself to make it almost feel like it's a space that you're going through and that you're needing to get from A to B to C to D, and then going back through those spaces because that's how big this world is. It's not meant to be a large-scale world, which almost makes it feel like, could you have done this as an open world and just let me kind of go through? But maybe they just couldn't figure out how to link it all together. So they really just have this hub world, this hub space that quote-unquote connects to all of these places via this whole underground sewerage system. So it's interesting. It just feels like it's missing minor details that I think would have made it really stand out and really probably would have empowered some of the storytelling aspects to it. So, yeah, I've enjoyed it. It was a little bit of a, like, I was kind of bonking my head at the end because you kind of just want to get through sequences and you keep getting caught. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta reload. Nah, fuck, I gotta reload. But overall, it's yeah, it was a fine game. I wouldn't say it's an amazing game. It is, if you like stealth games and you want something a little bit different, worth checking out and worth spending a bit of time on. So that's about it for me. Now,
Wow.
shall we get into some Baldur's Gate? Because I'm sure a bunch of people are like, oh my god, when are they gonna fucking play?
Finally. Okay, so I've been playing the Dark Urge. Holy fucking shit. It is so interesting.
Okay.
There are moments. Okay. You know how you go and see the brother and sister and their brother died and we ended up killing them?
Yes.
Right. So I'm playing very differently. So I'm choosing different dialogues and shit. So different things are happening. Anyways, they fucked off into the owlbear cave and I examined the dead body of the guy on the floor. And all of a sudden, my character levitates the character and the narrator's like, you want to inch closer to the worm in his head.
Oh my
and you
god.
can choose what to do. And it's like, oh, can I take the tadpole out of his head? Do I talk to the tadpole? Do I leave it be? Don't commune with it. And I was like, no, I want the tadpole because I think I want to delve really further into this whole darkness
Evil run
side of things. Yeah.
Yep.
I want to have fun.
Yeah.
So and that didn't happen when we interacted with the body. So there's different elements of how you communicate. There's evilness to so many things that you do. Like, whoa, like I can really lean in right now and fucking kill.
Yep.
Or, hey, let's resist this. I don't want to do it. It's so fucking cool. I'm loving it.
I mean, it's what we appreciate. Okay, so did you want me to bring this up now or leave it for later? About the pacing of the story.
Oh, post. Let's wait until we do this because, as you said, it might change.
So that's kind of what I'm curious, and I think it reflects on something that I remember Impulsive specifically stating that a lot of people are 50-50 on this specific chapter, and I think I know why. But I'm happy to leave it for later. So the question is, do we want to start with the PlayStation Showcase? Because that's the big one.
Yeah.
Unless you felt like you wanted to start somewhere else.
No. I was just getting my notes. I mean, the start of my notes is the state of play.
Cool.
So I'm more than happy to.
I mean, that had...
I didn't...
Go on. Yep.
All I was going to say is I didn't list everything from the state of play just because there was just some stuff I just did not give a shit about.
No, that's fine. Look, I'll go through one at a time. We can just leave our own personal thoughts and opinions. Most of this is going to be really quick, I think. but
Yeah.
I know that there's going to be a few highlights that we're probably going to spend a little bit more time in.
Oh.
Um,
I find it funny that there was a game that we talked about a couple of streams ago and it was announced. That was wild, but let's get into it.
okay. All right. So what I might do, I'm just going to put on
Oh, I've got to put your stream up.
PlayStation Showcase because I figured might as well just have it running in the background.
And I have you on my TV.
Woohoo!
So everyone will have context to what Jake and I will be talking about.
I will turn off the volume so you don't need to worry about the audio side, but it'll just be the images. All right, so the first thing we obviously had was Kenna, Scars of Cosmora.
The sequel, yes.
Yes. I still haven't finished the first game. I kind of... There was something about this that... I must admit, this looks like a massive improvement. Just from a gameplay perspective and an open... Like, the breadth
like they've got a lot
of the
more
world.
funding.
Yeah, well, I mean, that on top of the fact that they probably spent a bit more time figuring out what they wanted to add to the game. Bye bye BG3, hello Yap Yap. Aw, impulsive. I love you too. No, so this was one of the things that I think I'm just gonna pause the video for a sec.
Oh.
I enjoyed the first game, but there was something about the world itself that felt very sterile. Obviously done on purpose, but it did mean that I never really got a satisfaction of exploring. And because of that, the story elements that I know were strong, it felt like it took too long to get through some of the beats to really get the emotional weight out of the story that I wanted, that I was expecting from it. Because it's all about dealing with death and grief of family and love lost kind of deal. Kenna being very much a spirit guardian that's helping these entities kind of move on to the next life. So this looks like, I'm impressed that they're changing the mechanics so you don't have the little minions anymore, you just have this fox. And B, that they've actually got more of an open world, just more of an open world to explore with actual little cities and villages and stuff. So yeah, it looks like a substantial upgrade from the first game. Like you said, they've probably gotten a slightly better budget, so they've got a bit more that they can play with. I'm excited. I'm actually excited for this, and I'm excited to actually get back and see if I can maybe restart the first game and just go through and focus more on the story elements, potentially, because I'm not very familiar with how that whole story played out. Like I said, I never really finished it, so I never actually got to see its conclusion. But this looks good. This looks good.
Yeah. I am very unfamiliar with... I haven't played the first one or anything. So for me, I think I was at yours when you had it installed on your PlayStation.
Yep.
So I have played the intro or part of the starting area with the little stones that you help to build.
Yep.
There was like nature magic that you had. And what was Pikmin style, so you can command them to do stuff. So that awesome. I don't know if I'll play it. I mean, it is on sale on Steam for $30. It is half price.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
It's good, but there's just so many games that I just don't know if it's too late for me to go into this new IP. There's just looking at the rest of the games that are coming out, I'm having the problem that you have.
Yep. Oh yeah. And I'm sure a lot of people have. Let's not beat around the bush. How does this? Oh, it's verified for Steam Deck. That might be a fun one to actually just plug in, like just pick up and play. That's a consideration. I didn't even think about that. So that I will have to see what the gameplay looks like for the original on the Steam Deck, because that could actually work out pretty well. Look, I will say it's not a very long game if you're just going to do a straight run through. There is the Souls-esque element to the combat, but it's a little bit more, I want to say a bit more arcadey in certain aspects because of how it's been designed. So don't look at it as something that is going to be a large investment of your time. But I get it. If you already have so many other IPs and so many other games that you're looking forward to, then absolutely, like, don't sink your teeth. This has been, I think, half of the difficulty I had with Styx, picking that up, because I'm like, do I really want to start this? I know the third one's coming out, but I am kind of curious. If they've had this level of success, there must be something about it. So my sheer curiosity is what drove me to even start the first game, which has now kind of made me go, oh, okay, maybe there is actually something here. So, but yeah, so...
But don't forget the list of games that I played in 1 week.
Well, as Impulsive said, he can't keep up with 1 or 2 games. I'm typically only playing 2 at a time, and then I might kind of jump between 2 or 3 that I'm just like dabbling or wanting to try or see if it'll pull me back in. But yes, I'm usually only ever really doing 1 or 2 games at most.
Mind you, keep in mind, when I say I'm playing Kingdom Hearts, it's... I've played that game to fucking death.
Yeah.
I know Kingdom Hearts 2 like I know the back of my hand. When I play it, it's, I'm just going to do this world. It will take me 20 minutes. All right, I got my fix. I'll play it sometime in the future. When I played it, I just finished the second visit of Pirates of the Caribbean. Yep. I'm playing on proud difficulty, so the highest difficulty, because I've never done it before. And I think I'm going to regret it because I'm doing the final mix. Yap means no more research for me until they are done. You have so much research to do for Monday.
Get to it, boy.
When, like, Rebirth is a game I do want to finish. And I do want to move on to another game that I want to finish as well. The Witcher 3, that is not a game that I plan on, like, hyperfixating and playing.
And you can't. It's such a long experience. It's
with all the DLCs. And it's a game that I've got on the Switch for the purpose of, hey, do I just want to go in for a bit, do a couple of side quests, get that adventure, that fantasy fix, and then just fuck off and play something more. Yeah. Like Lies of P and Final Fantasy are the 2 games that I really want to focus on.
Yep.
So, and plus I've had that week off, and I may or may not have just extended to another week off. Yeah.
You sly bitch. Hold on.
Yeah, my parents are like, why don't you fucking abuse this situation? You had all 4 wisdom teeth removed. You have the sick leave. Just do it. And I'm like,
yeah, just use it.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I messaged my manager and I was like, hey, so yeah, still not feeling well. I need another week off. And she's like, this week or next week? And I'm like, next week, you stupid. Come on. It's Saturday. Why would I say I need the rest of the week off? I don't work weekend. Anyways, I digress.
I love your mother.
So my mom's the best. She gives me good advice.
Man.
So this week I plan on finishing Rebirth completely, do the last side mission, and then finish the chapters, and I'm done.
Awesome.
I want to uninstall it from my library and just get ready for part 3. Um,
You sound like how I'm feeling with Kingdom Come. I want it done, but
mm,
I only want it done because I want to get ready for theoretically Crimson Desert, which we'll go into
oh,
later.
oh.
But we'll get to that. Settle down. Down, boy. Down. Down, boy.
My penis can be so erect.
I can
So
feel it. It's so big.
but yeah,
No.
Kenna looked
Ooh,
a very. I'm
skipping.
impressed. I liked that we got a proper trailer. That's one thing I like. A proper trailer. It wasn't a shout out Atlas's
Yeah.
mum. She actually rocks. She is an incredible woman. I love her. She's my best friend. One of my best friends. But you know when you have those trailers from a state of play and it's just a cinematic and it's like, but what are you giving me, Sony? What is this?
Yep.
This gave me such a good indication of, hey, we're expanding on the first one. We're going larger world. We've reworked the combat system and it shows. So and it gives me the refined PlayStation 2 arcade style game as well.
Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah.
get why I wouldn't want to play this because it's right up my fucking alley.
I mean, it looks beautiful. I mean, even the first game looked beautiful, but there's just based
absolutely.
on what they're talking about with the villages, I feel like they've got a lot more in it to make it feel more alive. And I think that's what I wanted for the first game. It wasn't there for story purposes. That's fine. This feels like they've, I think, recognized what it was missing and are actually putting that into the game and then tweaking and adding a few little bits and pieces to just give it a bit more pizzazz. So it's exciting. And I think you're right. This is the one thing I will say. This showcase in general had a lot of really solid gameplay. And I think there's only a handful that I've made note of that I was like, ooh, I get why you're doing the announcement, but seriously, Sony, shut the fuck up. But nonetheless, I'm excited. I'm curious. Can't wait to hear more. Theoretically, it's coming out this year, which is kind of scary. I feel like it's going to get pushed back, but we'll see.
All the games they announced this year.
It's impressive.
Impressive.
When I hear the comments of, oh, there's not enough games coming. There's no games coming.
Fuck off.
This showcase
No.
is like a massive middle finger to anyone that has anything to say. It's like, come on. There's a handful of things in this showcase that I'm not super excited, but I can still turn around and say, there's a good fucking selection and slew of titles to pick up on this system, or even on PC, because theoretically there were announcements here that were for PC. So
I'm pretty sure nearly all of them are for PC.
We'll probably have
90%
some sort
of them
PC releases.
Yep.
But yes.
But what is? Oh, we're going in order of.
Yeah. So all right. So that's the first one.
Yeah. No. This works.
Yeah. If you're happy, we can continue.
100%. Yep.
Number 2, Ghost of Yotei Multiplayer Legends is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I just say?
Yeah, go for it.
The Legends DLC for Tsushima. Fuck, I forgot what it was called. Tsushima. Yep. Awesome. It was straight to the point.
Yep.
Fun. I have no what's the word I'm looking for? I don't feel like I would be disappointed with what they are bringing to the table. Sucker Punch will deliver a very solid cooperative, fun experience. I'm almost intrigued by if this is coming out on PC.
It will. I mean, the first one did, so I don't see... What is this game? This is Ghosts of Yote, but it's the multiplayer Legends mode that's coming out later this year. Yes.
Free.
On PlayStation first, so be patient. Yeah, look, I applaud them for doing this. I think it is cool. Meh, I'm good. There you go. That's kind of how I feel, like Impulsive. Yeah. I think it's cool. I think it's neat that they're doing something like this. Personally, and I think the fact that they've got the various weapon classes now means that you can actually have a very specific class that you're playing with a very specific weapon type. That is a really well thought out mechanic that they probably just got ahead of, which is really cool to see. But for me, so much of this mode reminded me of Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. But because it doesn't necessarily connect directly, it's kind of like this, hey, we're telling like these old fabled stories that, happened of things in the past, and they've got the yokai and have like a sense of
explore the supernatural.
Yeah, which is really, it's a cool way to add a little bit more flair to the world, which is cool. Impulsive, they should have committed to the Souls-like and made a Neo knockoff. Well, they could have. Not what they were going for there. So, yes, March 10th is when the DLC releases. I don't really have anything else to say. It's, for those people that are interested, that's going to be a load of fun. But yeah, if you have anything else you want to add.
I appreciate that they are delivering a whole experience that you can play with 3 other people for free.
Yep.
How can I say something negative about that style of marketing? Hey, you've purchased a game, and mind you, in Australia, I find it expensive. $110 for a PlayStation 5 game. Granted, sure, it might be a great game. I don't know. But to then put an expansion for, hey, do you want to play with friends? And the Sony system has great communication systems for parties. I think it's great. And I wish a lot more companies added more incentive for expansions like this, because it is quite expensive to buy the game. And if the revenue that they receive from sales could justify, hey, we've got enough money that we can just give this to you, fucking awesome. So I'm seeing it from that side as well.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to play it because it's not on PC, and I probably won't. But I played Tsushima on PC, and I enjoyed what I played, but I didn't get the experience that I wanted from it. It was very arcadey, and there's my interpretation of arcadey is when you've got PlayStation 2 style games where it's, hey, Hogwarts Legacy I consider an arcadey game because it's not as in depth. It's meant to be, hey, here's your basic button combinations. You go in, you do what you need to. You're not going to be heavily punished, but it is a fun game that you can just go into and play. And Ghost of Tsushima just was arcadey for the game that it is, but it just, I was expecting a bit more, and it didn't really stick as a game that I wanted to complete. I probably would reach a point where I'm like, okay, I want this game to end now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about it. It's a fine game. It does exactly what it needs to. It's one of those games that you either click with or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
The way I look at Tsushima, when you look at the landscape of gaming overall, I think Tsushima is the epitome of what level of open world games have achieved in the last 10, 15 years. And I think it comes together as this really well designed, perfectly catered package. And for most people who don't play a lot of video games like we do, I think it's a wonderfully developed product with an excellent story and really tight gameplay. But for people like us who like gaming at a more deeper level and want more from the game mechanically, want more from the choices, want more from the game maybe in story and complexity, it does lack a lot. That's not a bad thing for Tsushima or Yotei, but it does mean that for most hardcore gamers, it's kind of it comes and it goes.
Yep.
And unless you're really a big fan of the story and the world building or something about the mechanics that you are drawn to, it just becomes another title that you played and existed. But I'm sure for a lot of people that go through it, it's a wonderful journey and it's memorable. So again, it's you either like it or you don't.
Yeah.
I was going to say something else, but no. Yeah. Like I said, there's nothing really. Oh, that's what it was. Because you mentioned the multiplayer. It's an interesting point you pointing the fact of them releasing this for free, because it wasn't it was like what 10, 15 years ago that most of these developers would typically release a game with single player and multiplayer combined. Whereas nowadays, a lot of the times, you're usually getting one or the other, or the game is developed from the ground up to already cater for a cooperative experience.
Yep.
So the fact that you are getting these two separate modes, like we used to back on the 360 or the PlayStation 3, and before that, it's a breath. It's nice to see. Like you said, this is an expensive business to run. So for them to have done something of this caliber and provide servers for it, for something that people are probably only going to enjoy maybe for a few months and then move on with their life. Like it's one of the memories that I have of playing Uncharted 4 multiplayer, where I love the shit out of that. And I wish more games did that kind of small interstitial multiplayer that's just part of the game. People jump in, it plays with some of the mechanics, it's fun, it's easy, jump in, go for it. Now, they didn't develop modes and features that I would have liked, but while it was there, it was great. And I had fun playing it. But unfortunately, it's just maybe not lucrative for most businesses, which is where, yeah, if they don't see some ability to make funds back on the investment, why bother? Why bother even spending the time? So, whereas I look at it and I go, well, you're at least keeping the community alive and doing stuff, and there are ways that you can maybe make small bits of money here and there if you do it correctly. Crafting mid-battle was nice. Yes, always fun. I always loved
the Uncharted multiplayer was fun.
Yeah,
I remember when we played the Uncharted 3 multiplayer.
Yeah, and that was like a basic version of it at the time.
Yeah.
That was still pretty good, though. That was still pretty good. before it just took it to the next level. Like, oh my God. Just being able to do the rope swing and just go bang straight into another player's face and then just continue shooting and throwing grenades and then using some of the abilities. And so much fun. Such a great time. I wished that they had released that mode on with the PC version, but they just went, no, we're not doing that. That and The Last of Us multiplayer. It's like, why, guys? You
know why?
You wanted the multiplayer side to be successful. You were so close, and you chose not to. But nevertheless,
because I have a theory. It's because on PC there is a higher possibility that people would cheat.
Hacking, yeah.
And it would be easier to hack into accounts.
Yeah.
I think that's why they've restricted online crossplay for Sony games, and why we probably won't see Demon's Souls on the PC, because they haven't found a way to protect it, which is a shame.
That is a shame. That would also make sense with Demon's Souls as well, because they haven't done that either. Fuck, I never even considered that. That's so irritating. God damn it. Fucking
But
hackers,
that's just a theory that I have.
That's a pretty good theory. Anything else you want to add?
Nope.
All right. Next one. All right, this one's pretty simple. Death Stranding 2 coming out on PC. I've enjoyed this game. I think it's overrated in certain aspects, specifically more in the gameplay side of things.
But it's the story, Kojima.
That's fine.
Everyone loves Kojima games.
I get it. I love Kojima too. And don't get me wrong, the game's story is immaculate. But then you get to the mechanics, and then you start realizing that the expectation of getting all the bases to 5 stars, and the fact that you're literally replaying the exact same orders again and again just to get them to 5 stars, it's like there's nothing here. You actually haven't thought about this from a mechanical standpoint. You have systems like the flooding that barely happens, barely really affects you. You got fire and comets that come crashing down, but you only ever see that in one sequence in the game, and it never happens again. Never. It's like, what's the point? You gave me all these cool systems and you gave me all these cool tools, but then like a third of them just become obsolete. That's no point. Anyway, so for those who are excited to finally get their hands on PC, it's coming out. Look forward to more Death Stranding with widescreen support and all the other fun features. Unlocked frame rates. There you go. Anything you'd like to add, StreetRat?
Awesome.
Wicked.
It's cool. I literally have no opinion. I think it's great. I'm not interested. I'm just not interested.
Yeah, and that's fine. March 19th. That's, again, if you have nothing, you don't need to really just say there's nothing. Nice and simple.
Yeah.
Next one. For Loop. This is a game made by Bad Robot. Co-op game, alien invasion setting. What are your thoughts on this game?
Where are my notes? Full Loop. Looks generic. Reminds me of Fuse on PS3.
Oh, look, it's probably a little bit better than that.
Yeah, when I watched the trailer, I was just cool. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a game that will last. Another roguelike game that's entering the market. It's, hey, you can see the path that you're taking, and you can prepare, and it's like, okay, cool. commit to a cooperative game like Borderlands. Just give me something that I can go into. I don't know. Nah. It.
I think this game, look, I'll be honest, it's probably not speaking to us. And I can
No.
recognize that for myself. I'm hearing that it's not jiving with you. I reckon there's probably a crowd of people that are looking at this and are excited because there is something about this that I can acknowledge. It's got a Rust. I don't know if Rust is the right game, but you know how you have a lot of those survival games that just put you in the midst of a really hostile environment and you need to work as a team to kit your base up and survive and do what you need to do this, do that. So it feels like that, but from more of a roguelite standpoint where you're kind of progressing. So provided there's enough systems in there with enough mechanics and theoretically bosses and encounters, I reckon it should do okay. It doesn't seem like a bad game. It does feel like it's rough around the edges in certain aspects, but it's unique enough. That's one thing I will give it credit for. Yeah, no, that's if there's nothing else, we can move on.
Yeah. And it's funny because I'm all for cooperative games. Love. But when I am shoved in my face, hey, when you go into this world, make sure you collect your white, blue, purple, and gold gear. And it's like, okay, like
it's a bit much.
I'm so fatigued. And not to mention, there is a game that is in this state of play that I do have notes on that has the exact same thing, and it's a PvP game.
Yep.
So it awesome. I hope people enjoy it. I really do. I really do.
I will say, just a small note, I found this cube fucking hilarious because it's the same cube that it feels like the same type of cube you fight in Remnant 2.
Remnant? Yep.
Yeah,
100%,
I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, could you repeat this? And like, this is what annoyed me. Do you notice that there's no jump? You have to walk. It was
it's
the one
iframes of dodging. Yeah.
It was just bizarre because I thought, why are they not jumping over those lasers? Just jump over it. Oh, because they haven't implemented that as a mechanic. That is very bizarre. Very fucking bizarre in a third-person shooting game of this caliber that has various obstacles and things that you can interact. Anyway, it was just, it was kind of weird. But yes, moving on.
Yes.
All right. Number 5, Pragmata trailer with an April 24th date. Are you excited for this game? I can see there's something unique about it, but I don't know whether I really care to play this, at least not day one.
I think the trailer that was in the Nintendo Direct gave me a lot more indication of what to expect.
Yep.
This was very much, look how pretty the game looks. I won't play this. I think it's got unique mechanics, but it's just...
Yeah, but it's like one mechanic that they've added that everyone's like, oh my god, you're hacking. Yeah, okay, that's cool, but what's the actual combat going to be like? And don't get me wrong, there's some interesting encounters. I gotta admit, the way they stylize New York is neat, but again, is that enough to make it distinct mechanically from other games? Who's to say? The story's, I think, going to be the main critical crux for this title. So if they get the story aspect and the world building right, yeah, it'll probably stand the test of time, but I'm not sold on it.
It is giving me um a Capcom version of Death Stranding in a way. Like this is their version of it.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not far. Couple of months. March, April. Yeah. Yeah, we're literally like 2 months away from it. All right. This one was a nice surprise. Legacy of Kain Defiance Remaster releasing next month. Oh, shit, did I miss one? Oh, I did miss one. Sorry. There was a new trailer for Resident Evil Requiem.
Oh, okay. I have notes on this.
Okay.
Leon will die.
Yeah. Just so,
That is my notes on the game.
Can I just say, like, the thought that I had about this was, why the fuck? I get why they're doing it, but also, why are you showing us that? That would have been such a cool story beat surprise to realize, oh shit, he's infected.
Yep.
But also, praise the marketing team for just going, well, how do we lure them to even consider buying it? We're going to show you that your main classic protagonist is sick. Will he or won't he die? You'll find out when you purchase it for $129.99. Because, of course, you're buying the special edition to get, the extra 2 jackets and classic Leon from Resident Evil 2 or something. I don't know. I'm not playing this day one just because I haven't even touched pretty much all of the new remakes that they've made. Everything after 7, I haven't touched. So
the only ones remaining would be the 3DS games, the 5, 6, and those are the last 4 that need to be remastered. Or Code Veronica.
They're getting there. I will say, they've done a great job of making Leon look older.
I don't like it.
Oh, look.
Okay. I don't know if it's just me.
He's got a David Bowie look about him.
Oh, right? Yes.
There you go.
But these are video games. Why? It's so silly in my mind that we are giving a sense of time in these games. For example, God, I can tell you why. Tomb Raider. Why? Why make her feel like she is someone who ages? It's a timeless character. You don't have to age someone. Granted, in Catalyst, she doesn't look old. She still looks very young. But when I'm playing these games, I don't want to feel like I'm playing as an older person. I want to play as the character.
Yep.
And it's a video game. We don't need to apply time and age as realistically as possible and go, hey, so this is going to play as 10 years in the future. So, we're going to see these characters older. Why? Time in a video game does not need to equate to reality's time.
This is a point that Chris Raygun has mentioned, that playing like Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid 4 when he's old just feels weird and wrong, because I want to play as a character that I can enjoy playing, not this old decrepit person that's about to fall apart and die. Look, I don't think they've done anything from a mechanic standpoint. I'm okay with them having a sense of progression in time, because otherwise it builds a sense of continuity within the world, and it means that there's a better sense, suspense of, that's not the right word, not disbelief. It just feels more chronologically correct in our minds.
Yes. I
And especially
get
when we're
that.
dealing with a character, like we're introducing a new character far into, like, it's been quite some time that's passed. And I think what I'm noticing with Capcom that they seem to be doing, and I think a lot of these studios have been trying to attempt this, but you have this need to go, okay, we have our Street Fighter characters. Everyone remembers the classic roster, but we need to try and, it's almost like we need to have them in the game, but make them feel like they're the veterans, and we're introducing the new guard that is theoretically going to replace them. And it seems like they're doing the same thing here with the Resident Evil characters, where it's like you've got your veterans, and then you've got your new cast of characters that are going to come in and theoretically replace them. The problem is, I think, when you've got these kind of classic characters, people somehow still equate to them almost like we do with Mario. They should feel timeless, not
Correct.
feel like they're aging. And it's a hard pill to swallow for some people. Like, we can accept Harrison Ford getting older, but we don't want to see Indiana Jones getting older, because in our head, he is a iconic character that has stood the test of time, and you want to see him continue to be that same age, and we just want to believe that, okay, what is Indiana Jones up to this week or this month? So it's like, instead of it spanning over the course of 50 years of his life, the story takes place in, 2 or 3 years of his, like, prime.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
It's so interesting because Nintendo characters don't age. They have stayed the same. The only thing that changes is their art design. That changes.
Yep.
And it feels, okay, it's modernized now. Or, hey, we're going to make Mario in this game modern in 3D, but follow his design from the NES games. So he's a bit chubbier again.
Yep.
And we're giving more of a nod to where it began. And it's like, okay, cool. But he doesn't get older. These characters, like Peach has not aged. Bowser hasn't changed. Donkey Kong hasn't changed. In design, yes, but he hasn't aged. So maybe it's my thinking of how there's a set universe that Nintendo has made where it is timeless.
Mm.
When you play a Pokemon game, Ash never grew up, and that spanned decades. Another example, The Simpsons. They have not aged.
Yeah.
But they've done future episodes. But their core design is, no, this is them. Every cartoon, okay, I can't say every cartoon, that's a lie. But Bob's Burgers.
But most.
Yeah, most of them. Because
I think
that is who you're relating to.
Yeah.
Because when you watch the show, the character themselves, that's them.
Yep.
That's the South Park crew. That has been on since the fucking dawn of my life.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't changed whatsoever.
I think it's easier for people to swallow when it is a cartoon, because there is a massive suspension of disbelief just by the animation style. Whereas
and why can't that relate to a video game, though?
No,
It's
no,
the exact same thing. It's an
It
animation.
can. But I guess when we're associating these characters as actual humans with an actual moving plot, and again, this is Capcom's approach. This is other developers probably do this as well. Because they're human, they're no longer in the realm of cartoon character per se. And so there is a wanting to move them forward. I mean, again, Capcom, they did this with Devil May Cry, where we're going to age out certain characters and we're going to bring in new characters to kind of replace them. Do people necessarily accept it? Not a lot of the times. It's funny how most of the time when they bring out a new replacement for a character like this that everyone fucking knows and loves, that most people go, not feeling it. Or yeah, he's interesting, but he's not as fun as the original. No,
Yeah.
because it always feels tacked on. People like the original because he's gone through the hoops already, and we like the fact that he's a veteran, that he's a kick-ass. This is an interesting play because they're using the veteran for the action sequences, and then they're using the new kid to establish the horror element so that you have a sense of dread and a sense of tension based on the fact that she's not capable as what Leon is. So
they're treating the new character, what's her name? Chloe? No. Maybe? I don't know. As the Ethan Winters character, where
yes,
okay, he's not a fighter. He knows how to use a gun, and that's it.
Yeah.
Whereas Leon is a trained.
But he's a police officer. He started off as a police officer.
Correct. So that will have that action sequence.
Yeah.
And I like that sense of difference because it does feel like Leon's side of the story is almost a nod to the fourth game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I reckon so.
It really is. Is it the third or second one? When does he go to Raccoon City?
So 2 is when he first gets introduced, I think, unless he gets introduced in 1. I'd never played 1, so I don't really have much context. But 2 is where he's the police officer kind of investigating everything that's happening, that's falling apart around. And 4 is when he's out in, what is it? Mexico? No, somewhere in like Africa. No, not Africa.
No, that's 5.
Yeah, that's 5. You're right. But yeah, essentially,
I think it is Mexico.
Is it Mexico?
New Mexico?
I don't actually remember. Anyway, he needs to essentially rescue the president's daughter, so that's kind of the main plot point, as well as deal with Umbrella again. But yeah, it's like I said, I am not going to be playing this game day one just because I don't really have any of the prior context. I think at some stage I would like to go through those brand new remakes and experience them. But this is exciting, I think, for most people that they're just continuing this franchise. So, yeah, it's good to see.
It is the fourth one, and it's a Spanish city.
So, yeah, I remember it was, yeah, that's right. Okay, so it's Europe. That does make more sense. So not even anywhere near America.
But since Capcom's rebirth of for fuck's sakes, not Final Fantasy, Resident Evil, is this game really going to be disappointing? No. It's going to be good. It's going to be a solid Resident Evil experience.
Yep.
And it's going to do well. And I'm excited to watch someone play it. I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to enjoy it. I think it's going to be a good experience. So I have no concerns again for this IP. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they remake 5 because that has been rated.
Yeah, and what level of remake are they doing?
Oh,
That's
I
the
hope
big
it's a proper
question.
remake. I
I
would
would love
love to
that.
play
Oh,
that again.
fuck. I would, yeah.
We have to play it. If they
Oh,
remake it, we're
yeah,
playing it. We
absolutely.
have to.
Absolutely.
Oh,
You know
I
they're going to
want to
tweak it, though.
I hope they do.
Oh, God. You're going to make it tougher. Fucking hell. Ah,
Oh,
rework everything in that game. Just fucking.
if they can rework that boss in the submarine level, perfect.
Man, I would love for that because I still, to this day, I've never been able to defeat that thing the way it's
Without a
technically.
bazooka.
Yeah, the way it's technically intended with that fucking flamethrower. Because the
Yeah.
fucking tentacle things just go and then they just pop away too quickly. It's like, I should be getting that animation to stick out the moment I'm using the fucking flamethrower on that thing. And that's when I should be shooting it, as opposed to,
Yep.
I just it's you got to do enough damage and then eventually it pops out, but it pops out for like 2 or 3 seconds and then it disappears, and you don't get enough damage to even destroy one of those fucking things. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. I fucking hate it. So yeah, the easiest way is just get a bazooka, bring it in, bye, move on with your life.
And seeing a remake version of Chris punching a boulder into a lava. Yes,
Oh,
I
God.
want to see that.
I just want oh my God. What is his name? Not Striker. Fucking hell. The white-haired dude. Complete global saturation. Wow. Yeah.
Ouroboros?
No.
Ro?
No. Anyway. And then fighting Jill. Just such a good game. Such a good game.
And I want
So
the
underrated.
DLC as well. That
Yeah,
DLC fucking
wow.
rocked.
Yeah, that I hope that they actually release some of that stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. So yes, after this, obviously we had what did I say? Legacy of Kain Defiance remaster.
I am surprised because it's 2 games. You've got Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered and a brand new title in the series called Legacy of Kain Ascendance, which is the 2D side scroller.
I saw the gameplay of that earlier today. I'm glad you brought that up, so we can just knock that out. It looks okay, but I don't know how to feel about just the low quality design nature of it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited that this is coming out, and it's coming out of the studio that obviously released the last one. Yeah, it's great.
Funny that they didn't get Aspire to do it. It's Crystal Dynamics.
Yeah, you're right. I thought it was Aspire.
So, Aspire is maybe focusing on a Tomb Raider remaster.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for a while.
Fuck yeah. I've been talking about it since the first remastered was announced. Legacy of Kain? No, what's the other character you play as?
Raziel.
That had a remastered. Raziel.
Yeah.
He has the remastered.
Soul Reaver. Yeah, Soul Reaver got the remaster. Yeah.
Yep. So it was interesting that got remastered, but there was nothing mentioned about Legacy of Kain. So I'm very happy to have my Switch now have the rest of the series kind of on my console, so then I can play all the games and have a full complete story. Because it's sitting there ready to be played. I just haven't played it.
See, okay, that was the thought process that I had. What annoys me is that they chose to make this really kind of like a Super Nintendo version of a side scroller made
Yep.
for this series, as opposed to let's get a studio to actually rebuild the original Soul Reaver from the ground up, which I think would have been a far better project and far more interesting to be released alongside this. Because then you would
I
officially have
mm,
everything there for people to go through that story from beginning to end.
mhm.
But it does technically conclude the Soul Reaver arc, because that's kind of what this revolves around, with obviously a conclusion to Kain's arc at the same time. So it's, yeah, I think it just brings everything full circle for a lot of people, which is exciting to see. It's cool. All the additions and all the artwork and some of the hidden development stuff that was there is nice to see that it's being released alongside the game.
What makes me very excited is the extra stuff that they're putting in,
Yeah.
the extra outfits, the
Yeah,
content.
which is what I just
That
specified. Yeah.
honestly, perfect. They did it with Tomb Raider, having the PC DLCs accessible to everyone. Awesome. That's the type of love and attention I want in a remaster.
Mm.
Putting in that extra time and effort makes it worth it. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. It's something I'm excited for.
Yeah,
The
looks good.
remastered, not the
Yep.
Ascendance. That
Yeah.
I won't get. I'm actually disappointed they didn't do a 3D game, honestly.
One day, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It depends on how much interest there is for the IP, or whether there is some old fan that happens to be a developer that wants to maybe add something to that world, or just purely remake it from the ground up, which I would love,
Mm,
but it may just be a product of the time, and we'll just have to accept what we've got with it. So, say la vie
yeah.
for an old generation of dogs like us. Number 8, Brigadine Abyss Strategy RPG. I honestly have nothing to say about this next title. What would you love, Impulsive, before we continue? Do you have anything to add about this?
I'm not really into
Oh,
the
yeah,
war
you are
type of
right, sir.
games.
Yep.
So for me, like Fire Emblem, I think they're completely boring. I'm not interested. I have really nothing to say. I
Yep.
kind of switched off at this point.
Awesome.
Dragon Age Remastered would be gangbusters
That
in
would be awesome.
sales.
Oh, my God. If they can ever pull their head out of their asses and accept that what they created recently was a piece of shit, and just go, right, we're remastering the original, remaking it properly, and then we're going to start this story again and go Dragon Age 2, here's a whole new game that continues off of 1 the way it was
Mm,
intended. That would be
mhm.
sick. They're not going to do that because BioWare is basically dead in the water unless they can somehow manage to save themselves with this recent Mass Effect game. Could happen. Who the fuck knows? It is technically a different studio. Time will tell. Until they show us and until EA gives them, the continuation to finish that project, because right now, anything could happen. That studio could suddenly just be shut down by the Saudi government. So we'll see.
Impulsive says, sadly, they already said they can't. The new teams can't understand the codes. Only the old team, and they have to interest of rejoining the company.
No interest,
Honestly,
yeah.
no interest.
No
That makes
surprise.
sense.
Yeah.
They unfortunately EA really fucked BioWare.
Yep. Next one is Dead or Alive 6 Last Round. I think this is where I really kind of switched off. I'm not the biggest fighting fan.
Boobies.
Yeah, there was something about this that just felt like it looks like a PlayStation 3 / Xbox 360 game. But I think the big news is that they are making a brand new version or a new console version of this game. So stay tuned kind of deal. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No.
I think your comment was valid. Boobies.
That's all that these games are. There's a
Jiggle
fucking
physics?
dating sim for Dead or Alive with the women that you date.
Yeah, okay.
I played Dead or Alive on the PS1, and it was not me. Not me at all.
If I'm being
I'm
honest,
not that type of guy. If I'm being honest, my dream remake would be
What is
Kessen from the
Kessen?
PS2. The trilogy was amazing.
I'm not even familiar with Kessen.
Kessen.
What is Kessen?
Oh. Kessen, a real-time tactics video game produced by Koei. It was a launch game for the PlayStation 2 in Japan and North America.
Excuse me. Fair enough.
Where it was published by EA. It was initially the only real-time war game available for the PlayStation 2.
There's your problem.
Interesting.
All right, moving on. Control Resonant. We had a substantial amount of gameplay for this.
I have notes.
Dude, I'm just going to put it out there. I am so fucking hyped for this game. And they were doing stuff that I was so impressed. The fact that I didn't even know you could attach yourself to different parts of the building like in Gravity Rush.
Oh my god. Okay.
That was one of your notes, wasn't it? Yeah. It was the first thing. I'm like, oh, where have I seen this before? Gravity Rush. That's what this reminds me of. That is awesome. Yep. This looks amazing. I want this in my veins right now. And we had a good amount of gameplay, so they actually showed us what this is looking like. And I gotta admit, Control was a really good, solid product. I think it's probably the most fleshed out game that Remedy has actually ever made. This looks like it's taking a step above. You know what will really... I was actually thinking about this. You know what will really fucking solidify this game and really hit people out of the park? Is if at some stage... I hope they never announce it. And
you play as the sister?
Yes. That you have a secondary campaign that you're playing alongside, and you get to play as the sis. So now you have him as the melee character, her with the gun. Because they already played with two characters in Alan Wake 2. Why the fuck would you not utilize the fact that you've already got the fucking gun mechanics? And go through this landscape, flying around, attaching yourself to different parts of the buildings. Yeah. Fuck yes.
Maybe,
yeah. And then you add a multiplayer mode to this.
Oh, co-op would be fucking sick.
Oh my god.
That would be very much a day one purchase.
Oh, dude, this is just... It's unfortunate that if they release it... Because keep in mind, Alan Wake 2 still hasn't come out on Steam. So if it comes out on PC, it'll be epic.
Ugh, yeah.
Just so you know. So keep that in mind. But yes, I'm...
Not for long, though.
Again, Alan Wake 2 hasn't come out, and it doesn't look like there's any signs thus far. So we'll see. I guess it also depends on how bad the sales are on PC for them, but if it sells well, they don't really have any reason to, and they're happy to take a small loss on Steam sales for the fact that they get 100% cut, or at least a large portion of the cut.
Yeah, it's such a shame of this exclusivity because of the engine. Because Final Fantasy is not exclusive on Epic. So I wonder if Square has gone, we will pay extra so that we allow the game to be on every launcher available on PC.
Keep in mind the exclusivity is, it's not necessarily that there is an exclusivity. Epic doesn't sit there and say, oh, if you want to release on ours, it needs to be exclusive on ours. No. It is a personal choice. Sometimes there might be benefits that they might get by making it exclusive. So it'll be exclusive on PlayStation. That's one thing. So typically there's more exclusivity on the console side, not necessarily on the PC side. What it is
but there has been Unreal Engine games that has been exclusive on Epic, and then it came out on Steam.
Yes.
I'm looking at Kingdom Hearts.
Yep.
That was exclusive on Epic, and then it was released on Steam.
Yes, because they probably have certain deals that are struck, but it's not it's not a hard fast. We're making it completely exclusive for the most part. What it tends to be is they like the benefits that they get from the sales perspective, where they get majority of the sales back as a developer, versus on Steam and on, again, all the consoles, which I don't see the big issue, it's 30% cut. No ifs, no buts, no maybes per sale. So it does suck for the developer.
If they sell a certain amount. I think once they reach 1,000 sales, then it gets into the 30% cut. It's not an immediate thing.
It's a bit more than 1,000, but yes.
It's as soon as you hit a certain threshold, then Steam goes, okay, 30% cut.
Jumping ahead.
But Control looks so good. I'm actually really excited because that game, and you said it, Gravity Rush 3, hello?
Yeah.
It looks fun. It looks so kinetic.
Yes.
It looks so good. It's giving me Infamous vibes. It looks so fun.
Yeah.
I feel powerful. And that's what I want from these games. I want to escape this reality and go, hey, do you want to fucking lift enemies and throw them around? And fucking do it. And it's like, yes, give me my power fantasy. It looks ambitious, and I think they're going to do a very good job with it.
It's funny, like you pointing out the whole power fantasy aspect. I think Remedy has always strived and have always done really well by providing that power fantasy. Most of their games have that. Alan Wake is the only exception that they didn't. And I think that was almost to their detriment. I think it has a fan base for people that love the story chops that Sam Lake kind of infuses through his franchises or through these games. But for the most part, mechanically, these games have always given you these really fun abilities, this ability to slow down time, or this ability to play with some of the physics, or play with the enemies and play with bullets in a way that's always very interesting. What I'm really amazed at is the fact that they're getting into combat. That's what's really cool.
Yeah.
So seeing them take an approach of that, obviously inspired by all the successes from a lot of these action games, but the fact that they're taking their own approach in their own world, especially after the success of an already established character with shooting mechanics, to then go, yeah, so we know that was successful. Instead of doing a direct sequel to that, we're going to focus on combat, theoretically. Unless, like I said, there's a fun little surprise that, hey, we've got both characters. Ta-da! So, yeah, time will tell. Time will tell. They could also release her stuff as DLC. So there's that aspect.
Impulsive, when you say the third remake might be available on PC and PS5, are you referring to Final Fantasy
He is.
remake?
He is.
Because
that got
I
announced.
was under the impression that it was a completely multi-platform release.
Yes.
Xbox, Switch to PC and Sony.
Last they announced, because of the fact that they didn't get the sales they were expecting directly off the exclusivity, they've just decided we are just releasing this game on every system because it's far more beneficial for us to get the most amount of sales day one than stagger it out and just not see the large influx of sales. So, yeah, they're taking a different approach, which I applaud them for. So, yeah. Any other thoughts you had on this?
I no, other than I'm actually really excited.
Yeah. It looks good, doesn't it? It's just
it just looks fun.
Yeah, it does. It looks just
like looking at this trailer,
so
just it looks
bonkers, and then you get the physics of things flying around. I'm like, fuck it, man. Yeah, I can't wait. I cannot wait for this. This is gonna be a fun fucking game to play through.
And to think, what are the new, not spells, but the new build abilities are going to be like?
Yeah.
There's going to be so much more. Because these are only level 4 enemies. What else are we going to see? What else are we going to see the brother turn into? Yeah.
I just love the fact that he jumps on this boss. There's like one bit where he jumps on the enemy and bashes its head.
Yep.
That I'm like, no fucking way you went to the effort of actually making that a physical entity that you can jump on and interact with. That is, it's really impressive. It gives me some of that Shadow of Colossus vibe to it. There's a lot happening. There's a lot happening, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait to go through this. So that's exciting. Next one, Crimson Moon. I'll be honest, I am kind of curious about this game. Because
I'm also very curious.
This looks like it's what we were just talking about before. It just looks like fun. It just looks like a fun go in,
cooperative,
fucking stomp the shit out of your enemies. It doesn't look overly serious. I thought at one point this was going to be some sort of first-person game, but no, it's like a third-person hack and slash action game. Go in there, do some Souls-esque killing, but in a more arcadey style, theoretically, with a mate. Have fun. Have at it. Like, it looks great. It looks basic, but it looks really fun.
And I don't think it needs to be anything more than what it needs to be. It's exactly what you said. Go in, kill a bunch of enemies, and just
beat shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks very promising. So this one definitely on my list of anticipating games, because I imagine we would have a lot of fun playing this.
Oh yeah. Definitely. There's no signs of it coming out on PC, but yes. That one will be a fun one to go through. Next one, Beast of Reincarnation. new
Oh,
trailer. You're excited for this one.
oh, I am so excited. This is Crimson Moon is coming out on PC.
Nice. Oh, cool.
Um,
Awesome.
this game just looks so fucking good. My notes, I can't believe it's coming out in August. That it, we've actually got a date. That's awesome.
Mm.
I know it's going to be emotional. I know I'm going to cry because of the dog. I don't want to, but I know I will. And it just looks really kinetic. It looks fun. It. I'm getting not Bayonetta. Near Automata
Mm.
vibes from this. And it's funny because I went back into Near Automata not that long ago,
Yeah.
earlier this week actually, just because after watching this, I was like, okay, I want to just play it just so I can remember that kinetic energy you have when you're playing that game. And this looks to be very much like it.
Yeah.
This game is definitely a game I'm getting. And I'm curious if I'm going to either get it on Switch or PC.
That's fair.
And I'm leaning towards more the Switch too.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I think it is still impressive that it's made by Game Freak, or at least one of the companies within, because it's Fictions / Game Freak, so maybe there's like two very different teams working on it.
Yeah.
Unless Game Freak is funding them and this other team is working on it, I don't know. I'm curious. But it looks good. It's
If
not
this delivers well.
my. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sure it will. I have no doubt that it'll deliver well. Look, it's not my cup of tea, but I can
What?
see, not from my personal taste. There's something about it that it's not something I'm ever really going to pick up day one,
Mm-hmm.
but I can see why so many people are excited, if they are. Because there's definitely something fun here to be had.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that you're not interested in this. I thought purely from the combat side of things, it looks right up your alley.
I love combat. There's something about the other mechanics that just doesn't pull me in and interest me as much. It feels
The vine stuff, like grappling
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure I will eventually try it either at Jason's place or at some point maybe I pick it up on a sale, unless there's a demo that comes out, in which case then I'll try it. There's just
Mm,
something that I'm not being drawn to it. It doesn't play in the fantasy setting that I get as much out of. Let's put it that
oh yeah.
way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm really weird when it comes to certain types of fantasy, and this just I think pushes too much of the Japanese sensibility that I go, it's a bit much. I get it. I can see the appeal. Not for me at this point in time. If I had nothing else to play, then I'd probably pick it up and give it a go. But I feel like it's
Yeah.
the kind of game that I would never finish. I would get to a certain point, I'd just be like, this is neat. I had my fun. Moving on.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Hmm.
Rayman 30th Edition Digital Museum.
Mm.
This was the one that
Pass.
everyone was getting so excited. Look, I think it's cool that it's coming out. I think it's neat. I think I'm more excited by
Sure.
the prospect of being able to play this game because this game is hard. There's no ifs or buts about it. It's fucking hard. And what I love is the fact that, oh, it's got all the, museum type features of you can replay sections, you can turn on infinite lives, you can do this, you can do that. I think all of that stuff is really cool. The
Mhm.
various modes, I didn't even realize this game had those many, that, all the various console editions, like that many changes to this game were made to cater for every different system. So that'll be cool to see what some of those differences are. But yeah, I think it's nice that it's at least coming out in a more playable state.
And I'm all for video game preservation.
Mm-hmm.
So again, eh, I'm not getting it, but I'm glad that it's going to exist.
Yeah,
Where is 2 and 3?
give them time. Right now,
Yeah, well,
Ubisoft needs money, so they're probably going to start doing this kind of shit on the cheap.
and I'm for it. It
Yeah.
will be the only time that I would actually put money towards Ubisoft. But I'm not interested in the first game. I think 2 was one that really impacted me because of the 3D aspect,
Yep.
the fun levels that you experience. Like 2 had when you ride on a rocket dog and you go on that path and you have to perfect the pathing, so you do a
Mm,
loop and you've got to make sure, like, that was fun. um and Glowbox, yeah, Glowbox, the
yeah.
blue guy, like, that was fun being introduced to this, the lums and all of that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think once, if 2 has an anniversary edition, fucking sign me up. 3, fucking sign me up.
Just make a brand new game. Like, I think it's been a long enough time
Oh
that
yeah,
we should really have a
agreed,
new game at this point.
agreed, agreed.
Whether
But
they've got
maybe
the
this
ability to.
is a reason to make a new game, to make a 4th, because the
Well,
Legend one is more of a side game.
mhm.
So,
I think this is more just a reason to make a little bit of extra money on the side to keep the funds going because they obviously
mhm.
haven't had a good time with their investors at the moment. And I don't know if you've heard recently, but they've had a whole bunch of people after the new restructuring who have just decided,
The
well, fuck you, we're going on strike. So they
Yeah,
have to now account for that. And that's not going to be fun for their share prices either. So
good.
how you say that until this company literally falls apart and then you've got various studios buying it for the IP, and what are we going to get? An embracer situation where they'll buy these IPs and then we'll never actually see anything come of it because no one will
Mm.
actually have the funds to make anything of substance.
But there is something to be said about Ubisoft finally getting their time, because they had their up and now they've just gone on a
Oh yeah.
consistent
Yeah.
downhill.
Yeah.
And I think it's about time that maybe it is good that we say goodbye to Ubisoft. Maybe they've had their time, as sad as it is for the workers, but it doesn't sound like the working conditions at
They're
Ubisoft
not.
have
No.
ever been good. So why?
I wouldn't be
Why, as
surprised
a
if there are.
society? Mm,
I think there are probably some parts of Ubisoft that are in better conditions than others,
Yeah.
but it is
As a
sad
whole.
that the head of the studios and the fact that, you know, there's a lot of, what is that word for when you're hiring people that are your friends and family?
Oh, nepotism.
Yeah, there's a serious level of nepotism running through the company that has unfortunately tainted
Oh, it's not
the
just the company, it's the
the
industry.
yeah. Well, yes, but this company has demonstrated how bad it can really get.
Mhm.
Because the level of control and the level of freedom that these creatives have is just, there's no drive and there's no innovation, and we've seen that over the course of 20, I mean, all right, I'm just going to say this now just to get this point out of the way. After watching what we saw of Crimson Desert, and I think I
Mhm.
mentioned this to you briefly on text, that game, when I see that as a product, however that comes out, we don't know whether it's going to fully deliver, but the breadth of content and the breadth of gameplay in an open world space is
Mhm.
something that I swear I thought Ubisoft was one day going to accomplish. But
Yep.
instead of putting all their fucking resources into making 2 or 3 really solid products, instead, they just made every developer make overly large scale worlds with shallow fucking content.
Mhm.
And for what? Because, oh, we can sell that product for $80 or $90, even though there's fuck all to do in it. And there are bits of their company that feel like they're working towards those. This is probably why we still haven't gotten, theoretically, this Beyond Good and Evil. Maybe they are finally hedging their bets that this is going to be that product that actually releases with all these features and all this content. I just don't believe it anymore. Because they've had this opportunity time and time again with all their fucking franchises. And instead, we get fucking watered down schlop. I look at the recent Star Wars game, Outlaws, and I go, you had the opportunity to make a really fun open world game to go around and explore these fun spaces. And yet, you chose to just give us a shallow game. And instead of
Mhm.
committing to just making a single player game in a more linear fashion, you went open world and went, oh, but we're just making it shallow like a linear single player game, like an Uncharted. Just not focused. Ah, painful.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
frustrating.
It. Mm. I remember playing Origins, AC Origins, and I didn't get very far. I got to explore the pyramids, and I
Mm,
thought that was fucking awesome.
mm.
But everything in between was dead space. There was nothing you do. It's a corridor essentially to get to one place to another. Everything's so spread out. And it made me really reflect on, wow, this is what Ubisoft is. It is just emptiness on so many levels. But then when you get other studios like the team making Crimson Desert, sorry, that appear to be making a quite a dense world that doesn't seem overly big of the sake of being big.
Yep.
And I one of my points about Crimson Desert is it could rival Skyrim.
Yeah.
Where there is things that are going to be in the world that you will be feeling, oh, cool, I'm going down this road and, oh, there's the enemy faction, or, oh, there might be a boss that I have to fight. It just gives so much.
Yeah.
And
It's too much, but yes.
I want to experience Star Wars Outlaws because it's Star Wars.
Bad. It's so bad.
I
So
just can't justify paying for it,
no,
as
like
bad as it
not
is.
not full price. Never full price.
The problem is,
Never,
I want to
ever,
play it on
ever.
the Switch. And unfortunately, because it's on the Switch, I'm going to have to wait maybe 3 times
Ooh,
longer until it gets
yeah.
to a decent price.
That's fair.
But again, I don't want to pay for it. And unfortunately, it's just going to be a game that I know that it's not a great game, but it's still going to be a game that, it has a start, middle, and end. It's got its core mechanics. Sure, they're not all fleshed out because, it's Ubisoft. I still think it's well confined because you've got, okay, we're going to give you hub areas. So here's a planet that you can explore. It's not the whole fucking planet, but it's confined enough to be enjoyable, but not for $60.
So
I can't justify it.
I started compiling this thought in my head after going through Kingdom Come Deliverance and looking at Crimson Desert and then looking at what Ubisoft has released. And I went, okay, open world games tend to succeed better, I find, when the developer recognizes that the space, the open world itself, is not just a playground for you to play in, but you're going back to very specific spaces because we want you to build a sense of familiarity with what you're exploring. And that's why you want to be in this open world. So we give you the tools, we give you reasons to go back to existing places that you've been again and again in various forms, because that builds a familiarity with the space. It means that you're building an emotional connection with the space by having these various story beats that happen in these similar locations. And so that in turn adds an emotional weight to your memory and your enjoyment of the experience. And so even though you might have off the beat type of exploration where, yeah, you can find some random piece of loot here, or, a quest giver that, needs you to collect something in this location, but everything roots back to these very specific towns or cities or someone's hub type of, wherever you're always going back to in order to continue questing. Skyrim does this, GTA does this, Witcher to some degree, though it is a little bit more linear in structure, but there are those bits where, all right, I'm in this space, I'm going to keep coming back to this little village while I go off and go exploring here and then there and then up here and then down to there, while I can like come back to this one central location. And once I've completed everything, then I leave this location. Whereas I find that Ubisoft, they failed for a long time. It's been entertaining for most people, but they are just the epitome of a checkbox where it's just, you go through this location, you complete everything in this area, And then you move on to the next location and you do the same thing. And then you move on to the next location. But by doing that, you don't actually build familiarity with the space. You're just powering through, which is a different kind of journey and works for something like a Diablo, which is a little bit more structured, because you know that it's like a linear game. I'm going in one direction. But when it's an open world, it doesn't feel as rewarding. And then you kind of go, well, why am I spending so much time in this really large place if I'm just going to be wiping it like a rag over a mirror and just being like, well, I've done it, so what's the point of me going back? Well, there is no point. Okay, so then I just progress forward. Yep. So why not just give me a linear game and just like cut it down? Oh, because we want to fill it with content. This is how we keep you playing this same game. But there's nothing here. Yeah, we know. I mean, there is. We've given you quests and people and characters, and look at all this fancy writing. It's all surface shit. It doesn't actually have any real substance. It doesn't actually really truly mean anything. Sometimes there might be nuggets of cool storytelling, but for the most part, it's like, do I really feel invested in this world? Or am I just invested in this current piece of writing that, yeah, okay. I might as well just read short stories. And I think this is my biggest issue with Outlaws, because it felt like for the first time they were working towards that, where they went, here are these spaces that you go to and you're constantly coming back to because you have a reason to, because you have factions that you're building relationships with. And they did none of that. They didn't give you any of the systems. They didn't give you anything to really sink your teeth into these places you were going back to. They were just as sterile as the worlds that you were then exploring, just in a different way. So it's like, well, what's the fucking point? I'm back to just playing a linear fucking game. Tick boxes, moving on with my life. As opposed to feeling like in The Witcher 3, I'm actually exploring this world. I know these cities that I'm going to. I know exactly where Yennefer is, or where Triss is, or, you know, any of these characters. And the game will constantly give you reasons to go back to those locations again and again to some degree. So, yeah, I know we've gone off tangent from the PlayStation Showcase, but it is just something that has really been bugging me. And I think this is something that Crimson Desert is exploring and understands. This is something that GTA and Rockstar have understood. Even Bethesda, to some fucking degree, understands this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put a pin on talking about open world until we get to Crimson Desert, because there's something I want to touch upon, and it's a point that you've made, and I think there's other games as well that I want to talk about that utilize open world. So let's go through the state of play.
All right. So, Rayman, anything else you want to add?
Nah.
Cool. The next one was Mina the Hollower. I'm just going to say this game just needs to shit or get off the pot. It's been in development for God knows how long. Just come out. I'm excited. I want to play this, but it just needs to come out.
Tom Cruise, just come out of the closet.
Pretty much, man. Anything you want to add for Mina?
No.
Awesome. Moving on. Neva Prologue. It's like there's not much else to say. Neva Prologue. It's an indie game. I don't know what to say. I'm sure this is going to attract a certain type of person.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel anything?
It reminds me of Gris,
Yes.
and I think it will be a title that will have a big impact on the indie scene.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
But I'm it's not for me, unfortunately. But
Yep.
it's beautiful. Oh,
Mm.
love the art style, stunning. I yeah, this is 2D Journey. Oh, yeah. Yep. I see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. That's not a bad synopsis. Yeah. Yako Shinobi Ops 2027.
Oh. So I think this game would actually be fun for us to play.
Is this actually multiplayer? It looks like it's
Yeah,
just single player.
I thought it was 4 player co-op.
Because it looked, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the old Commando style games. And there's another series that keeps getting remade or keeps being brought out. Like they actually announced that on the Switch 2 release, where you just control your little characters from top down, isometric, and you just place them and strategically move them wherever you need to. So I think it's going to be that kind of a strategy, to my knowledge. But you're looking forward to
I
this?
I was under the impression that this was
Online co-op. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Fair
I thought
enough.
this reminds me of that ninja game, the Blue and Red Ninja. Fuck, what was that game called?
Blue and Red Ninja.
Not Ninja Gaiden. It's the
Indie
co-op
game?
one that you yeah, that pretty sure it was an indie
I think I
game.
know what you're talking about. I don't remember what it was called though.
I'm gonna do a quick Google. Blue and Red Ninja game.
Game is similar to Shadow Tactics but darker. Yeah, Shadow Tactics. I think that's what I was thinking of. Shadow Tactics? Oh. Yeah, no, Shadow Tactics, yes. Yeah. This is a game. Shadow Tactics is the one that just keeps being released on every single system, which makes me wonder how well this company must be doing if they are releasing it on Steam. Sorry, on Switch 2, on the Xbox 3, on the Xbox 360, Jesus Christ. On the Xbox Series X, on the PlayStation 5. Like they just any new version that they can release, they will fucking release. Who made this developer? Mimimi Games. Oh, they're the ones that made Desperado 3, right? Oh, did they also make Shadow Tactics? Didn't they shut down? Fucking hell. That would suck. Yeah. This is the studio that shut down.
Shadow of the Ninja? Origami.
Origami. Yep. Yep.
That's what it reminds me of.
Yep.
Um, I I thought this game looked quite enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be fun.
It looks interesting.
I don't know. Yeah. Um, it kind of just looks like a game that you can just go in, do a mission. I don't know.
The
It
use
takes
of
me.
yeah, go
Mm.
on.
It just reminds me of like the odd PlayStation 3 game that would come out that no one has fucking heard of, and you play it and it's like, oh, this game slaps. And you tell someone and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's the kind of game this gives me.
I am really curious how the yokai stuff works, but I'm also quite enamored by the use of fog of war for this style of game, because typically they show you where most people are, but they're using it like a no, you only see what you visibly see in front of you. So yeah, no, it looks like a pretty promising game. Not much really to say there. Uh, Next one, Project Windless from Krafton.
Project Windless.
Did you remember this? This one looked fucking cool. This is, I think, still early development. There are bits of this that reminded me of a
Is this the
Viking
chicken one?
game. Yes. Yes. This reminded me of a Viking game on the Xbox 360. I don't remember the fucking name of it. Was it just Vikings? But no, I gotta admit, this really impressed me. Not just from a. See, this is the thing. This is more exciting for me than. What's it called? Beast of Reincarnation. For some reason, this hits me more and intrigues me more than Beast of Reincarnation.
Whoa. I got the opposite feel.
Difference in game types.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah, I love it. I love it. I honestly, it for me, it just, I don't sit there and I go, yep, okay, this is not for you. All right. Because I can see why Beast of Reincarnation is more interesting to you. Whereas for me, this slaps. When I see the amount of enemies on screen, how he's like charging through them, while also
Yeah.
having all these boss battles that you're also dealing with, there's a real sense of like it's got some of that Dynasty Warrior aspect to it, but they're also adding other elements to it to make it feel like, okay, you've got these general minions that are almost like zombies, but instead of zombies, we're just going to have soldiers on the battlefield. And you've got these big bosses that are your main temple stone fights that you're going to have. I'm curious how actually, let me rephrase this. I am curious to see how big this world actually is, because it does look like it's a very large scale game. And then how are they designing it? Like, is it going to be faction based where you're trying to build your armies and slowly capture sections of the map and make your way through the locations? Or is it just you're kind of exploring this space, you complete the mission, and then we've got the next area that you kind of explore? This is what I'm curious on this
Yeah.
project. So, too early to say, but I'm looking forward to it.
Nice.
Viking
I'm
game.
I'm going to rely on you for the experience. So I'll probably play it at yours.
Yeah. So the game this reminded me of was Viking Battle for Asgard, released in 2008. had a very similar kind of approach where it was a third-person hack and slash game that
Mhm.
you'd platform, you'd do some of the open world exploring, but then you'd get into these large scale battle sequences that felt like it was a Dynasty Warrior, but with a bit more of a, I want to say, not God of War, but like a Devil May Cry type of action game. But yes. Um, I reckon you'll have something to say about the next one, though. Galactic Racer.
I'm looking forward to it. This looks fun. Give me pod racing.
More pod
Give me
racing!
this. Fuck yes. Star Wars racing games fucking slap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to this. This just looks good.
I wish,
I'm
I'll be honest,
hmm?
I think the only criticism I have is I wish there was a bit more color to the various racing vehicles. Everything just feels very brown. Everything feels
Yep.
brown. Like, I stop and I go, how the fuck can I tell between one car or another? Because right now they just feel like things that exist. So
Yep.
that's my only complaint.
I'll agree
But
to that. Yeah.
the sense of speed and the general kind of look is really neat. And yes, I man, anything. It's funny. I never really got into some of the what are they called? The the classic PlayStation sci-fi type racer. I can't even think of the name of it.
Wipe
God damn
out.
it. Wipeout, yeah, Wipeout. Never got into that. This looks more intriguing to me. And I think it is literally just something to do with the IP
Yeah.
more than anything. And then, of course, it looks like there's potentially DLC. And this is what I mean. This is color. This suddenly adds color back in a weird way. So, but yeah, I am excited for that.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to this. I feel like we haven't had a good racing game in a while,
Yep.
which is wild to say. Oh my god, I have been playing other games. So I have played Need for Speed Underground 2.
Mm-hmm.
I've done quite a few races.
Oh, Jesus.
Um, I just needed to go back to a solid fucking racing game because EA doesn't. I'm sorry, but their Need for Speed games fucking suck as of late. Like they're just not good.
Because they're making
But
it for the
playing
money. They're not making it for the joys.
correct. But Underground 2, oh, such a good game. You have everything there.
Yeah.
And yes, Mario Kart, awesome, fun. But on the Switch, I have the pod racing game. I think it's a pod racing game. That was on the 64. And I've played that. And that was really enjoyable because it was just so much fun. The worlds, the tracks, oh, so good. And some of the tracks would change on each lap. And it was like, okay, I don't have to turn right here. I've got to turn left. Now I've got to remember this side of the track. Oh, there's this obstacle now. Oh, so much fun. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah.
And I will agree that the coloring of the vehicles does feel really toned down. It doesn't have the vibrancy.
It's congruent
But,
to the time period that it's obviously
but
set in.
I'm wondering, customization.
Yeah, that's true.
We have yet to see any of the customization.
That
We
is
know
true.
that there's a huge, so far, there's quite a few different vehicles to select from. And will pod racing be part of the normal racing? Is it a different mode? Is it DLC? I don't know. But it looks fun.
Mm.
And that's what sold me. I
Yeah.
am excited to add this to my library. So I'm very excited.
Number 19. New First Light trailer for 007.
A story trailer.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I haven't really been 100% sold until I saw this trailer. I think this really emphasized and showcased for my sensibilities how much variety and locations this game is going to offer as far as Bond games go. That I actually had Uncharted vibes, and I went, if
Oh.
I'm getting that feeling from this, that's positive, because that means that this is going to be a substantially decently length game with a lot of locales and a lot of locations to go through. Locales, location, same fucking thing. I'm repeating myself. Getting tired, ladies and gents. So no, I gotta admit, this sold me. I'm still not sold on him as a Bond, but that's yet to be determined.
It's a very young
Yeah,
story.
which is what
Very
they're doing.
young.
It's super modern. That's what it. I acknowledge that I am very much, I think, more in line with the old classic look and feel and tone, which is, I think, why the Craig movies kind of work for me, because they're a nice blending of modern tech, classic Bond, whereas this is just, we're going full new with this. And I knew that this was eventually going to happen at some stage, but I can't help but go, just really? Okay, that's fine.
I thought that a young Bond was very risky
Mm,
because I like the Brosnan James Bond. I think they're great.
mm. Oh, yeah.
And I like an older, no, like an older Bond always just feels so much more confident,
Yep.
whereas this feels cocky. And I've never
Yes.
known James Bond to be a cocky character.
Well,
Confident,
because, yeah.
yes,
Yep.
but it almost feels like a very immature
Mm-hmm.
character. And it's such a shame because if he was slightly older, maybe more in mid 30s to late 30s, early 40s,
Mm-hmm.
and having a story of, hey, all the other double O's have died, but 008 or 9, whoever the bad person is, I forget what they are, then it would kind of feel a bit more, okay, cool. We've got someone who's already established. We know who James Bond is. Perfect. But this trailer made me feel, oh, he's going to be young and dumb. Great. But I'm still really looking forward to it because it's the Hitman team. And I think their
Yeah.
Hitman games are fucking
Yes.
awesome. And I've always thought 007 was right up their fucking alley. So I'm
Spectre,
still
that's what it
really
was.
looking forward to it.
Yeah. No, I think I get where you're coming from. I completely hear what you're saying as far as there's a level of immaturity that you're led to believe that he is just cocky and stupid. But I don't I don't think he comes across as stupid. Cocky, yes. Overly confident, yes. So they're establishing a character that doesn't have the wisdom and the slowed kind of methodical nature of calculating his way with an ooze of confidence, like an organic confidence. There's more of a sense of he needs to prove himself, and he's going to do it at any means necessary type of deal. So
When I say stupid, I mean like
duh.
he does something that is
Other the
okay. That's
bomb.
a stupid thing to do.
Yeah.
Like you're right. The word is overconfidence. It's not stupid because I think the decision is stupid because he's relying so heavily on his charisma and he knows he's good looking and I absolutely. But the term of stupid isn't I have gun, I shoot and kill, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
But I think there was a scene in the trailer where he's with M
Yep.
and he's playing with one of the gadgets. And it gives me what Marvel has done as of recently, where, there's going to be like a stupid little joke here where he's going to play with the gadget and M's going to be like, okay, stop touching that. Like that is going to
But to be
explode.
fair, that is something that Bond has continually done since the Sean Connery era. It's something that he's just yes.
Oh.
Every single one of these films has always had him go into M's office. Is it M? No. Q. Sorry.
No.
Q is the scientist.
Q.
Yep.
Yep. Q.
He'd walk into his office and he would just pick up a random thing and it would just go off. And Q's just like, put that down, Bonds. It's like, you're going to hurt someone. Okay. And then he'd eventually be shown how certain things work, and he'd kind of like Q would demo it or explain it, but he'd already be experimenting and playing and testing it because as far as he's concerned, it's like, okay, how does this work? Thunk, and it like shoots a dart and almost kills someone. It's like, oh, okay. It's not quite to the level of Austin Powers where they take the piss out of it, where he's literally hurting people around, but it's unsafe where, Q's basically saying, okay, you need to walk away. You can play with that later. Here's your new watch. Please go away. I will kit you with your new setup and give you what you need for the fucking mission, you goddamn sociopathic child. No, that is a staple of Bond. That is very much what Bond is like. That is just
I do not recall
who he is.
those.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep. Yes. So I think they are getting it. They're hitting it in the bag. But I just, like I said, I haven't been sold on him as a Bond yet. That's why I'm curious to see how it all comes together. So fingers crossed, it does well. All right. The next few are all Konami-specific releases, except for a few at the end. We'll go through this quickly. We've got Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, which finally releases Metal Gear 4 and Peace Walker. Thank fuck.
They are now all out, which is crazy because we were talking about it a few streams ago that 4 was the one that needed to come out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the one finally happening.
It's the one that even if you use the goddamn PlayStation emulator, it just won't play. You get the intro, you get the beginning of the game, you walk 5 paces, and it crashes. So it's the one that we've just needed without needing to dust off the old PlayStation 3 and play the one fucking game that honestly is the weakest game in the series, but it is the conclusion to the story. So it's like this fucking double-edged sword of I don't care to play the game, but I will because I want the conclusion for Solid.
Yep.
So, yeah. That's exciting. Yep.
Everyone can now go, awesome. Volume 1, I've played. Now I can, and you're right, I can finish it. I've got the story now.
Yep. You have it all there. It's all available.
And to
Exciting.
me, video game preservation.
Mm.
Absolutely.
It's
Yes.
important.
Bring
To some
games
degree.
to every console when you can. Yes.
Darwin Paradox, where you play as an octopus, and they announced Metal Gear Solid DLC associated with it. This game looks cool.
Wild.
I'm actually curious to play this.
It does look good. I was very shocked at it. Because then all of a sudden, the trailer just goes into the Metal Gear Solid music, and then it's an octopus, and it's like, is this DLC for Metal Gear Solid Volume 2? What is happening?
Yeah.
And then it's its own fucking game. And it's like, oh, okay, this is kind of really charming.
Yeah.
I really like what they've done with this. It's so cute. Fuck it. Games like this, I'm all for. I'm really for creative, even if I'm not going to play it. Creative minds, never going to suppress it. So
it reminds me of Inside, but a more kookier version of it. So yeah, there's definitely a sense of it just feels like a really cool, mechanically dense game. Like there's a few various different things that they put in there that you can do that you have to avoid, or things to interact with, which as a platformer is just always a breath of fresh air to see how much a developer adds from a animation and interactivity standpoint. So yeah, good to see. What was next? Castlevania Belmont's Curse. We're finally getting a new Castlevania. I'm not really sold on this. I think the art style is a bit of an issue, but as well, I can tell this developer that they picked it doesn't look like they have the level of depth and understanding to make a Metroidvania style game. In my opinion. But do you have any opinions?
I am disappointed that we're not getting remastered versions of the 3D game.
Yeah. They are Mercury Steam, though.
I get that Castlevania is a 2D side scroller at heart. So it makes sense that the next game that they release is a 2D side scroller. I'm not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. I'm not interested in it. I was actually really disappointed. And what was the next game?
Awesome. So the next game was Silent Hill Townfall.
Oh, okay. It's such a shame that no one heard me, but as soon as the trailer started, I was like, oh, Silent Hill?
Yep.
And then Silent Hill came up and I was like, holy shit, no one was here to hear me say that.
Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, like, it has this gross vibe that you automatically tell that it's Silent Hill. And I'm sure it will be a fun game. Did I get queasy? Abso-fucking-lutely.
When I
play it.
No. When I first saw this tape deck, I honestly thought this was Intergalactic. But then as it went on and I saw the character that they had, and then, it's out in some sort of town with a lot of fog, I'm like, oh, this is Silent Hill. Yep, no, this makes sense.
Yeah.
And they technically did pre-announce that they were going to have a showcase for this already. So it was like, yep, I put 2 and 2 together that way as well. It looks good. As far as Silent Hill content is
Oh,
concerned, it looks really atmospheric.
it
It
does.
looks
I
scary as fuck in certain points.
and can I just say, wow, a game that can utilize fucking fog and give you an atmospheric
Yeah.
emotion. Crazy. You can do it in a fucking modern game. Fuck everyone who says that, oh, the fog in Silent Hill was due to the limitations of the console. Yeah, you can still implement that in fucking modern games.
Yeah.
You can do it. Ugh. Um, but is there any more Konami after this?
I think what do we have? Rev Noir action RPG from Konami. I think that was the last thing that they had.
Right, so they didn't end on this.
No, this they ended
They're
on this RPG style game, which again, it's not my forte, but I'm sure it's probably going to get a lot of excitement from some people, from a lot of people.
mm, I did not have any notes on this. Must have not had any impressions.
Well, there wasn't really too much from what I could tell that they showed from it. Like there was some minor little tidbits of storytelling and they mentioned some basic mechanics, but it didn't feel like there was too much.
Yep.
Um Interesting vibe as far as your Jap RPG, but I just went, yep, awesome. So moving on.
Mm-hmm.
These next few I think are somewhat interesting. So this is kind of the part where we get into a bit more. Well, that's not entirely true because we had a few fun little surprise announcements. But
Surprises.
yeah,
Mm.
John Wick, the video game, is being made by Saber Interactive. That was out of left field. And they
Yep.
actually showed some gameplay by the looks of it by the very end. It was very tight.
I need to see a bit
Yes.
more.
Yes. Yes.
It just, yeah.
I thought this was gonna be made by Slow Clap. When I saw what this was, I'm like, oh, this has to be made by Slow Clap. The guys that did
Mm.
what was that game? They recently released a soccer game, but before that it was
Sifu?
Sifu, yeah. I
Mm.
honestly thought this was Sifu, that developer. But no, Saber, fucking Saber, of all people. So, yes, hard to really get any gauge on it, but cool that we're fucking getting a John Wick game.
Yeah.
Another
I'm
one.
just, I want to know, because John Wick is all about precision, accuracy, and all of this kinetic. Because when you watch the films, it's like, oh my God, this is perfect. Like,
Mm-hmm.
this fulfills this desire of doing all this cool shit that it doesn't fucking happen in real life.
Yeah.
So I want to know how that translates into a video game. And I don't think the trailer gave me enough. It was good that they announced it and that they showed something, but I want to see a bit more.
Yep. Yep. And that's perfectly valid. I'm with you 100% right there. Marathon. Do you have any interest in this game? I gotta admit, this was a much better trailer for my taste because of how they set up some of the story elements. But
Mm-hmm.
I know what to expect from Bungie, and I'm not sold that they're going to deliver. That's probably the wrong way to start this. I know that they're going to do well for most people, and most people are going to be eating the fucking copium out of their asses. this
It,
studio has continually shown me how much they don't give a shit about their fan base, that they are only concerned
Mhm.
about their back pockets, and
Money,
they
money,
will
money.
string people along with little bits of content that I'm sure will be good, but it'll be fucking breadcrumbs. And by the time you're at the end, you're like, oh my God, that was such an amazing experience. I'm so grateful I was on the ride for 10 years. I'm sorry, you enjoyed getting ass raped from one side while they were taking your money from the other for 10 years while you eventually got your like conclusion. This isn't Marvel, guys. This isn't like we got the Avengers all the way from um Iron Man to Endgame. It's not that
Mm.
level of quality. I don't think anyway.
It started off really strong for the Destiny IP because Marathon is set in that universe. Um, it's funny that we have no Destiny content announced at all. It's
Mm,
almost as if they have killed that series off.
yeah.
But granted, they do their own thing, but they have done state of play announcements. So I'm surprised. My notes: yawn, another PvP to add into the industry. Um, I I looked at this trailer and thought, okay, what Bungie does really well with gunplay, absolutely.
Yep.
But I'm just not interested at all. And I think people will play it, but I don't think it will last as long. I think, like many other PvP online games, it will have a lifespan of maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month, until people go, okay, yeah, that's it. And that is big on how the studio withholds a lot of content to drag it out to
Yep.
try and maintain a life. But I think it's at a detriment. And I'm just not interested.
I think it'll do better than we give it credit. I think
I
it'll
hope so.
surprise people or surprise certain people that, are expecting this game to maybe bomb completely. Because there is something unique about the world building to some degree. I'm just not spending 50, $60 on something that is then expecting me to sign on every week. And if that's the kind of gamer you are because you only play a handful of games and you really like shooters and you like jumping on with your mates to play this type of game,
Mhm.
power to you. I think it's awesome. And I hope Bungie has a successful career or successful business out of this. I just I I
I think this
enjoy
could be a
being
make or
able.
break for Bungie.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. I'm a story guy.
Um,
I'm a story guy through and through. I don't want to be piecemealed my story. I want to be able to enjoy watching something, reading something, playing something that has a beginning, middle, and an end. Now, if it takes two or three games or two or three books or two or three movies to have a bigger arch, like a bigger arc of a story being told, that's fine. But I don't like to be strung along for years on end to maybe get some sort of a conclusion. But the conclusion's kind of This is why Marvel pissed me off because, yeah, you gave me a conclusion, but it's not really.
no.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I honestly, there's not much more I can add to this. There's plenty of other people online that'll have better opinions and better comments about this game and about this studio, I am
Yeah.
definitely not the right person for this. And I'm happy to acknowledge that. I loved Halo. I can appreciate Halo, but even then, Halo was something I came into late. I never played it the way other people played it back in the day, playing multiplayer, going through
Never
those
had an
matches.
Xbox.
Yeah. Well, I had an
I,
Xbox, but I didn't have an original Xbox to play Halo 1 and 2.
yeah.
I had a 360, so I got to experience Halo 3, and none of that made sense to me until I went back with you and played 1 and 2.
Mm,
So, yeah.
now, is the next one Marvel?
No, so the next one is Saros,
Yeah.
which is. Oh, yeah, they had a few minor little things about their PlayStation Plus, which I'm not really going to get into. They had a few little minor little indie type games, which, again, none of that really intrigued me. Saros was the next big one, which they had a little bit more gameplay. They kind of discussed the systems where every time you die, we've actually got systems in place for you to get stronger and stronger, and we've got ways for you to get back into the action as opposed to having to repeat sequences of the game. So they've actually added more safeguards where you can just push through. It doesn't feel so roguelite, which I'm looking forward to. Returnal, was it Returnal? I think it was Returnal. Really
Mm,
good
yep.
game, really solid, but I gotta admit the roguelite element just kind of exhausted me. This feels like, okay, you're getting all the good bits of Returnal and you're adding all the extra little elements that make it feel more like a single player story driven game with your arcadey action. So I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. I not my type of game.
I probably won't pick it up day one, mind you, just because there's so many other things that I'm more interested in, but it's certainly something that I will keep in the back of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So moving on, second last one, Marvel Tokon, August 6th. Do you have a lot of thoughts for this?
Give me the art style in an actual 3D story-based Marvel game. Don't give
Keep
me another fighter. This is
keep
what
talking.
I love about Ultimate Marvel Ultimate Spider-Man on the PS2. It was this cel-shaded comic book game, but this looks so good art style wise that I'm so disappointed that it's a fighter and we're gonna have 20 people playing the fighter, but not really. They're spectating until you call them in or something, and it's just fine. I'm really hungering for a Marvel superhero game akin to Spider-Man, because it seems that Spider-Man is the only game that they will ever fucking polish. I'm holding reservation for Wolverine. I don't think Wolverine or even the Captain America and Black Panther game is going to meet what I want. But Ultimate Spider-Man was so cool. It really fucking leaned into, hey, this is a comic book. Give me that. So, I'm kind of tired of the uh, the fighting scene for these IPs. I'm over it. And I know Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 wasn't the best, and I completely am absolutely understandable, because Ultimate Alliance 3 was not terrible. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't good. Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 were great,
Yeah.
but it's almost as if Spider-Man is the only game that they use to take risks with. And aside from Insomniac making their Spider-Man game, but the PlayStation 2 games, like, controversial. I loved Webs of Shadow. I thought that was an awesome game,
Mm-hmm.
and I know that it wasn't well received, but you had fucking decisions. You could be an evil character and lean into having the symbiote, or you could be a good person and deny the symbiote.
You know, it's interesting. So there was an announcement that came out. I don't know which article I read it from, but apparently the new CEO, when he takes over in Disney,
Another park
he's
manager.
yeah, but he's also mentioned that he wants to put more focus into gaming.
Oh my gosh.
So
I
what
need
that
to see it to believe it.
well, that is true. So what that means, I have no fucking idea. Does that mean that he wants to start hiring studios within the company so that they have their own? Who knows? Like Disney used to have their interactive studio, which they closed down.
Mhm.
Will we see something like that again? I doubt. Or will they just start going, okay, we've got a whole bunch of these cool IPs. Why are we not handing these out to developers and then maybe discussing if the 30% return is too much or 50 or whatever they fucking expect back on these titles, maybe they come to some better agreement between these developers to have more of their content being released, because yeah, there's something to be said about having Disney content being released in game form. So I agree, it is sad that it has taken so long and all we're getting is a fighting game and an action game, as opposed to having something that's like a Diablo style clone that existed and actually was very successful. The only time it semi didn't get the same appreciation was when it released exclusively on the Switch.
Mhm.
Now, I know you enjoyed it, but I know a lot
And
of people complained about certain mechanics and
as
how
I said,
poorly it
it's
also
not a
ran.
terrible or bad game, but it's not a good game.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it because it's the only time I could play as the Scarlet Witch.
Yeah.
Because God fucking forbid that we have a Marvel game with fucking magical characters. Oh,
Yeah.
like it's so fucking
Oh
frustrating.
god. Yeah.
It's so annoying that we get consistently Iron Man, Captain America, Magneto, Cyclops. Okay, they're awesome characters. I'm not denying this. I get it. Spider-Man is the number one Marvel hero. It is leagues ahead. Absolutely. I get it. But you have a plethora of characters. And because of the MCU, they are getting their attention and new people are getting introduced. Old fans of the comics are finding their love again for these characters getting attention. Fucking Doctor Strange. I would love a video game on Doctor Strange.
Oh god,
Fuck
yes,
it.
that would be
Get
amazing.
Agatha involved.
Mm.
You have fucking Doctor Doom, one of the most powerful sorcerers in the world. Fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But no, we're getting combat games, fighting games. And don't get me wrong, Arc is great. Dragon Ball Fighters was an awesome fighting game. I played it for a bit. I'm not a huge fighting person,
Mm-hmm.
but it was fun. I much prefer Kakarot. personally, because I
Yep.
love RPG Dragon Ball. I thought that is the pathway. But this art style, oh my
Yeah,
god,
it's really good. It's really, really
I
good.
love it.
Yeah.
Love it. But give this a 3D game where you have 4-player co-op, awesome. And have a whole bunch of different characters to play as. Essentially, just give me Ultimate Alliance 4.
Yeah. I feel like for a developer to feel safe to do something like that, it's almost like they need to start with, say, just do an X-Men game and give you the core team that you can switch between. And once that's successful, then you can kind of go, okay, now that we've got the X-Men figured out, now we can do your wider Avengers kind of ensemble.
Fuck it. Remaster X-Men Legends. There you
Oh,
go.
I mean that is another option. That is absolutely another option. But
Because that game was phenomenal.
yeah.
Phenomenal. But I'm not going to touch this at all. I'm just disappointed, and I hope this new manager, because Bob Iger fucked Disney completely twice. He's fucked it. So I hope this new CEO will bring in an actual indication of modernization to, and not only the movies, and I hope they lean more towards hand-drawn animations rather than CGI heavy.
I think it's going to
But
be a
also,
mixture, but I think that they just need to refocus on their storytelling and figure out exactly what needs to be the PG stuff and what needs to be the adult stuff.
yes,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
And they've got so many IPs now. Like
Yeah.
Disney owns so much of the mainstream media. It's insane.
Yeah.
But Disney is, and it will always be, child focused. It's family friendly and should always be. It, no matter how old you get, you will have either kids or you want to be nostalgic.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's why you have Disney adults. Some can be really scary about it too. I'm not a huge Disney adult, but I enjoy Disney. I love watching the 2D animations. There's so much magic and color to them. I will always love Aladdin. Always. And I love Treasure Planet and Lilo and Stitch and Beauty and the Beast and Lion King. There's so many of them. The newer stuff I'm less attracted to, even though Frozen 1 had a fantastic story, and I will stand by that. That storyline was incredible because it modernized the whole idea of, well, your Prince Charming isn't always going to be the love of your life. It's family. And it's like, what a fucking message. Yes. I want to stand behind that. Absolutely. But if this new CEO wants to focus a lot more of expanding their gaming side of things, fucking sign me up. If you're going to give me Epic Mickey 3, fucking sign me up.
Yeah.
We're finally going to get it. Maybe he's going to be a lot more lenient on Kingdom Hearts and their usage of the titles. Fucking sign me up.
Yeah.
But God of War.
Yeah. Oh, you saw it. Yeah, this was the last kind of
4 games.
surprise. So I'll keep this brief just because it is getting late. So we might have to leave some of the topics for next week, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm excited to see that they're working on this, but I'm also I'm very mindful of the fact that Santa Monica do have a reasonably sized team, but they only really work on one game at a time. So them dedicating their resources to remaking this series is interesting, because are they just remastering it? Are they fully remaking it from the ground up? Are they going to release them one at a time? Are they going to release all three? To what
I
scale
think
are
it's a
these
collection.
going to be? If it's a collection, that's awesome. But they're also saying remake, and like, what degree of remake are we talking here? With the original
Mm.
voice actor, which, like, fucking hell, what are they doing with him? What saddens me about this whole thing is the fact that they haven't been able to make their own new IP other than just another God of War game. And that's a little bit concerning because it feels like they're a one-trick pony.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, once this comes out, what are you going to do? Are we going to finally continue in the God of War mythos and follow Atreus's storyline and do something else there? Or are you going to finally buckle down and start making a different IP entirely? Because how many of these fucking, like, I appreciate that we're bringing this back because I think it needs to come back in some form of fashion. Personally, I would just take a remaster. I don't even need a remake, but if you want to remake it, go nuts. However, can we see something new out of your studio? Because honestly, they have such great talent there. And it looks like they've even got really good storytellers. But to spend another 4 or 5 years rehashing this character, come on. Like, is that how lucrative this IP is, that they're going to run it into the ground?
It's a large risk. I'm intrigued in how they're going to communicate a lot of the old systems to a remake,
Mm-hmm.
because God of War introduced QTEs,
Mm-hmm.
but the modern God of War introduced more kinetic fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So how far is this remake going to be? And it's the 3 games.
Yep.
That's huge undertaking.
Yep.
And you're right. What else is there? Because I don't connect with God of War. I don't think it's as interesting of a series. I like the story, but the game itself, I think, is not as interesting. And that's just me personally.
The originals, the new ones, or both?
Both.
Okay.
They're just not for me. And
No, that's fair.
I I I think due to past relationship, God of
Okay.
War was kind of also
Tainted.
just
Yep.
tainted.
Yep. Yep.
And
That
it
happens.
just, yeah. And uh, I was incorrect about Lord of the Rings, and when I watched it, I fell in love with it.
I'm honestly, you know what? I'll take that. It's a shame that you don't necessarily connect with this, but if you don't, that's fine. At least you get Lord of the Rings back. That is the
Oh,
one that I'm so grateful, because that in itself it's the epitome of fantasy.
oh,
So
it
for you
is
to just
a
be so,
phenomenal story.
yeah,
I will forever, whenever I watch Fellowship, I will always end up crying.
yeah,
It ends in such a beautiful way, and you
mm.
go, "Holy fuck, this journey!
And it's
Why?"
only the start,
No.
and that's the beauty of it. It's like, fuck, now we're starting the journey.
Yeah, but it's just so beautiful. So I'm glad I gave Lord of the Rings a try in my own personal time and
Yep.
gone, all right, fresh slate, let's just go for the journey. Let's see Frodo take the ring.
Yeah.
And I no notes.
Yeah.
But God of War is a series that is interesting that we're getting a prequel to and looking at the brother as well.
It's not the first time they've explored this, though, which is interesting
And
that
that's it,
they're
right?
taking it even further back. It's like, oh, here is before he became the Kratos that we know.
Sparta. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
Spartan, that's right.
that I gotta admit, this I heard that this was being made, and then it didn't get announced. So I thought, okay, maybe this was just a fake project. Seeing that it's real is actually really cool. I haven't gone out and bought it because I'm like $40 is in my head.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's 30 American dollars, which is like, yep, cool, that sounds right for this type of game. But for some reason, it's like 40, $45 on PlayStation for PC, PlayStation here in Australia. And my brain, even though that is technically half the price of what some of these new games that are coming out now on PC are, it just doesn't jerry in my mind. But I'm also having to accept the fact that this is what the new kind of pricing point is.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, $44.95. So $45.
I'm intrigued by the scaling as to how strong will Kratos become at the end of this game to then go into God of War.
You mean God of War?
Because
Yep, God of War. Yep.
he's just a kid in this. But by the time he's finished, how does that then communicate to, oh, now once we get into God of War 1, he's not powerful. He's just learning to get those abilities. But in this, he's got those abilities. He's doing things that aren't communicated. So it's interesting. And a huge, to me, there's a disconnect in a storyline because he
Yeah,
doesn't do this shit in God of War 1, 2, or 3.
There is. I've had this conversation with Jason because he's a massive fan of the original three, and he's a massive fan from the perspective that they're just pure action games. There's nothing
Oh,
like they're good. They're
absolutely.
good stories. They're really cool lore, but they're at the end of the day they are just pure action, and there's nothing that just feels muted in any way. So when he played the 2018 God of War, he was like, what the fuck have they done? They've slowed him down. They brought the camera so close up his asshole that I can't see anything. I feel like you're
That's
just
just a
making
Sony
this.
way.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that you either connect with it or you don't. And for him, the continuity changes because you've gone from having this character that's like all grand in nature and he's swinging his axes and you can just see the scale of destruction that he's capable of doing versus the newer games where it feels like, okay, this feels like it's the older man that's now having to fight, so everything feels a little bit more smaller and compact, but it's more
Yep.
of a game design choice. So I've got my own continuity in my head where it's like the originals feel like they are the Greek myths that were told, and now we're actually seeing Kratos in real life in this scenario. So in my head it
Oh,
works. That's how I kind of view it,
yeah, yeah.
where you kind of
I
go,
can make sense of that. Yeah.
here are the Greek myths as they were kind of told, as they've been passed down in this really dramatic, exaggerated, operatic way. And then here is Kratos with his son, and he's now kind of accepting his new life that he's living. And oh, well, now he needs to bring out his true self. This is the god that he actually is. This is the scale in which he fights. as more grounded nature to the world building. So yeah, it works for me. I've never really had an issue with this series making the changes that they've had. I think the story has done a good job of feeling congruent in its weird kooky. Like at the end of it's just game logic playing with historic, like not even history, mythological storytelling. So yeah, no, it's again, I've never had an issue. I think they've always done a relatively good job. It's honestly it wasn't until the third game that the fourth game that Santa Monica actually made, which was like it was God of War, but I think it was still on the PlayStation 3. And that was like the weird, hey, we're doing this weird interstitial storytelling game that tells a story at this point in his life. And it's like, yeah, but had some cool moments. Cinematically, it was great, but story-wise, it's like you're not actually adding anything of substance. And then Ready at Dawn, before they closed down, when they did their PSP ones, that again explore some of Kratos' history, which this is going into in a bit more depth, and some other little interstitial stuff. That was cool, but again, was it necessary? Not really. You really just need 1 to 3, and then the last 2 new games. And it's like, hey, it's the equivalent of getting a comic book that adds a few extra little tidbits of knowledge. Is it really important? Not really.
Nah, it's there.
It exists. It exists to expand the IP just as much as any extension to an IP exists to expand it further. So yeah. But yeah. It's exciting, slightly concerning. We'll see what happens in the next couple of years. I'll be honest, I would really love for them to announce that they're working on something completely different. Like, would I get excited if they announce a sequel to the current God of War games? Yeah, I would. But I'd really, really like to see them do something different. In my, just how I feel.
Yeah. I could see potential for something new.
They've got heaps of potential. That's my issue with this whole problem, because they are capable of doing so much, and they've shown that they're capable of doing so much. But if all we're going to keep getting is God of War games, then you're going to run out of things to do within this. So, anyway. Shall we wrap it up? Yep.
One thing, and it's not got to do with the state of play, but I really wanted to talk about it.
Yep.
Very quickly. A game that was shadow dropped, Dino Crisis.
Yes.
And Dino Crisis 2.
Yep.
Shadow dropped, which is crazy because there was talks that they were going to remake it and remaster it, but now they've just shadow dropped it on Steam with no marketing whatsoever.
Yep.
Crazy. Bold, very bold of them to do.
It's nice to see that it's at least out and available on other systems. So that's good.
Yeah, I really want to get it on the Switch.
Yeah, not a series I've ever played, but I would love. I wish there were more dinosaur type games.
I want to finish, because I had it on the PlayStation. I had both 1 and 2, but I could never finish 1. The dinosaur always ate me. when it crashed through the window.
Mhm.
And as an adult, I want to be able to go, yeah, I fucking did it. I
Did it.
fucking saw the credits and I did it. I've done my child self service by doing this. And I want to do that to a lot of retro games like Croc. I never finished Croc.
Yeah.
I want to finish it.
Yeah, I got a handful of games like that.
But let's save Crimson Desert and Pokemon Pocopier
Yes.
and Diablo 2 for next week because those are going to be lengthy conversations.
Yeah, well, that and there's a few other ones that I've got on here, which we can get into in further detail. So, Street Rats, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitch and YouTube at StreetRat_Atlas. I go live on Wednesday, 1 o'clock. But because I've got another week off, I will probably do some sporadic streaming here and there. But Wednesday, 1 o'clock, I will be continuing my playthrough of Lies of P. And on Saturday, Jake and I will be continuing Baldur's Gate 3, where we are at the end of Act 2. Woo!
So close.
Finally.
Oh my god. I can taste
Baldur's Gate. I could taste.
Nearly there, man. Nearly there. I am looking forward. I was saying this to my wife. I love this game, but I want it done. I really can't wait to move on.
How your pacing thing? Do you want to quickly say that?
I must admit, I think this episode did help it a bit. What I was going to say just quickly was it feels like the focus on the mind flare really took a backseat in this act. Versus Act 1, where it feels like there's all these references of, oh, we're going to find a way to remove it from your head and find a way. So everything felt like... So the example I had in my head when I was constructing my thought process around this was it feels like the old shows that we had prior to the very first writer's strike, where we've got this really cool detective story that's about to uncover, but we're only going to give you piecemeals, and every episode is something completely else.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have this little side quest and then give you a small piece of something that's part of the main quest. And so this game feels like 3 seasons worth of a fuck ton of fluff. Don't get me wrong, there's some good fluff in this. And I think there is slightly better fluff in season 1 and some interesting fluff in season 2. But most of it feels like season 1 and season 3 of this Baldur's Gate show that we're playing is going to be what's focused on the main arc, whereas season 2, which is Act 2, feels like it just kind of went off tangent a little bit from a thematical storytelling of leading to what it's meant to. But
Interesting.
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I think it's a good game. I just don't think as far as most typical games, as far as dealing with a large scale story that then give you small interstitial quests that you do, I don't think it has a really good focus through the whole thing. And it's something I hope they rectify in Divinity.
Interesting. Because my very quick synopsis of what we've experienced so far is Act 1 really builds upon, hey, you're fucked up with the tadpoles, and the whole push of your journey is, okay, well, we want to find the cure. But as you go on, you're finding the relationships with your team to be a lot deeper. And Act 2 is more of a focus of, yes, the cure is kind of on a back burner, but leading at the end of Act 1 into Act 2, we kind of learn, okay, to get the answers that we need to do A, B, and C. And we
Yep.
need to get the answers for what we need to do by doing this huge side quest,
Yep.
which at the moment is Ketheric Thrawn
Yep.
and the whole Shadow Curse, because we learned from the Githyanki Gresh that, you know, the god of the Githyanki is trying to utilize the tadpoles and utilize the artifact. So I think the pacing is fine. I don't have a particular issue with it personally. Granted, the way we're playing is probably breaking a lot of the way the story's being told.
Oh, absolutely. It is one of those things that I recognize is, if you were to play this by yourself, you would have a far more cohesive, consistent storytelling thread. And you're right that by doing this weekly, where it's bite-sized, so it does feel like we're actually watching a show every single week.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And that's why I use that kind of terminology of a TV, of
100%.
seasons, because it feels like that. When you have like the first seasons, like everything's leading up to this big arc, right? But the first season's about the Glade and the goblins.
Goblin camp. Yep.
And then season 2 is Ketheric Thorn, and so season 3 is, all right, Baldur's Gate. Whatever happens there, which is obviously leading to that culmination of everything that's been building up until this point. And you are right that throughout this whole experience, we have been not just helping other people, not just interacting with other various stories, but also learning more about our characters and getting deeper with their lore at various points.
Because we're also playing the perspective of an original character. We're not following the actual characters themselves. So it's even more interesting of how we're approaching the story, because you can play a Shadowheart and have a completely different experience. Gale's story is completely different when you play as him. There's a character that you get that you don't have if you play as someone else. So it's really interesting, and that's why I think the Dark Urge is such a fun take, because you're playing this character who is murderous and you don't know why. And your interactions are completely different. Like, I'm re-experiencing the Glade already is almost a whole new campaign. It's so interesting. But I don't agree that the pacing in Act 2 or Season 2, so to speak, feels off because of the journey. I think it's more so building up the key characters of, okay, well, everything you've done in Act 1 and 2, Act 3, fucking good luck, because the things that you've done is because of what's going to happen next. I mean, we're still trying to find a cure.
This is my problem. It just feels like that cure stuff has kind of taken the back seat. Or is it because I'm so disconnected with the way this is being told that some of the key bits of information I'm missing out on and is not being retained? So what it is, I don't know. I'm happy to, like, it's very much an agree to disagree kind of scenario where you're picking up something else. And to be fair, you are also replaying this game, so you're going to have a fresher take on everything compared to me, where I literally only have this playthrough that I've been doing with you. Anyway, we'll leave it there.
Where can we find you, Jake?
You can find me at Jake Starvik, Jake_Starvik on YouTube and on Twitch. You will find me playing Lies of P, bashing my head against the wall, dealing with this next boss that I have to deal with on Wednesday, 7:30 Melbourne, Australian time.
I'm so excited.
As am I. Can you tell? And then, of course, as StreetRat mentioned, Baldur's Gate next week on Saturday, 7:30. But yes, thank you so much for joining us here. Look after yourselves, take care, and we will see you next time. Bye.
Bye.